Hassett says we see signs of success in Trump's policies in CPI. So now Council Hassett speaking to reporters. Hassett says Navy has made progress helping friendly ships in the Gulf. And Hassett says confident we'll get oil out of the Gulf to calm markets. Hassett says core inflation momentum headed closer to the Fed's target. Uber falls to a session low, said to be in talks on Delivery Hero. Hassett, asked on Iraq, says Trump may discuss the bank system. So, a reminder at the top of the hour, we're expecting Fed Chair Warsh testifying at a committee. The live video is on the feed for those interested. Also expecting text release from Bank of England Governor Bailey. Hassett, asked on 20% cargo ship fee, says this is one idea. DeepSeek is said to prepare for IPO filing as soon as this year.
I'll be on here in just a bit. I was up all night long sweating bullshit like that. I will be on, though. The testimony I'll have on here in just a few seconds. The committee is not yet adjourned. Or not adjourned. Is that adjournment? I think they can say adjourned when they come in and out, but I'm not sure. Anyways, the House Committee on Financial Services is not on just yet. Just yet. I'll be on here in just a minute, guys.
Goldman Sachs extend gains to a session high of 7.4%.
Will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any time. Today's hearing is entitled the Federal Reserve Semi-Annual Monetary Policy Report. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit extraneous materials to the chair for inclusion in the record. I now recognize myself for a 4-minute opening statement. First, let me welcome our witness, the Honorable Kevin Warsh, in his first appearance before Congress as our new chairman of the Federal Reserve. Annual inflation is still running above the Fed's 2% target. One only need to recall the bitter experience of double-dip inflation from the 1970s and early 1980s, and
So
the
the video has
actions of
started now for
then-Chairman
Fed Chair
Paul
Warsh
Volcker was forced to take to defeat
Voice
it.
news disconnected.
I've got him on here. Hold on, guys.
Surge needs to be stopped. There's no more punishing tax on American industry or on the hardworking, innovative citizens of our nation than inflation. In its first statement under your leadership, Mr. Chairman, the FOMC said that it, quote, will deliver price stability, close quote. Congress expects the Fed to remain focused on that mission and keep it until price stability is achieved. Today, we face the consequences of some of the Fed's former choices. In August 2020, the Federal Reserve adopted a flexible average inflation targeting framework in which it decided to allow inflation to run, open quote, moderately above 2% for some time, close quote, after periods in which it had been running persistently below 2%. This framework, combined with the irresponsible fiscal policy and a slow response to inflation that began in March 2021, led to an inflationary surge the likes of which had not been seen since those early 1980s. In 2025, the Fed wisely abandoned its flexible average inflation targeting framework. Going back further today, we will also review the consequences of the Fed's experiments with large-scale purchases of treasuries and agency
Well, this guy's a fucking bear, huh?
better known as quantitative easing, or QE. Though perhaps justified in its first round during the immediate onset of the 2008 global financial crisis, long past that crisis, the Fed repeatedly expanded QE with the cost of each successive round of QE.
Remember, you're going to get all these, like, this is all like a bunch of grandstanding today on politics.
QE were resurrected in early 2020 in response to the unknown economic and social ramifications of the COVID-19 pandemic. Yet, with a clear V-shaped recovery well underway, those facilities and policies were not ended and promptly phased out. The result of these decisions was a Fed that held a quarter of the federal debt in 2022, and though that share—
Remember, the mandate of the Fed is not to do anything this dipshit's saying right now.
To avoid the tough decisions on debt and deficits today and leave the consequences to our kids and grandkids. You have said recently that inflation is a choice. I want to echo this and say that debt and deficits are also a choice. For years, the Congress—
Deficits fund bull markets.
Debt and has repeatedly drafted the Fed into being an enabler. Both, in my view, have to stop. Turning to the Fed's regulatory and supervisory policy in the recent past, the Fed has engaged—
I'm going to turn this up a little bit. You can adjust your monitors at home.
By certain partisan actors attempting to accomplish policies through the Fed on which they cannot build a consensus and pass through the Congress. From crusades against digital assets to trying to make the Fed a climate regulator, these decisions took the Fed far beyond the boundaries that Congress has authorized in statute. It's not the Fed's role to make decisions for the American people on major questions of political or economic significance. That's Congress's responsibility. The Fed needs to avoid repeating the mistakes of the past and reform itself to guard long-term monetary policy independence and restore the reputation of the Fed in an apolitical, as an agent carrying out the Congress's statutory directives. I look forward to your testimony today, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back. I now want to recognize our distinguished ranking member of the committee, Mrs. Waters, for 4 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. Chairman Warsh, you are taking the helm of the Federal Reserve at an important moment. Congress designed the Fed to stand apart from politics so that it can support stable prices, maximum employment, financial stability, and the long-term interest of the American people, and not the personal interests of a president. Today, working families are being crushed by the rising cost of living. They pay more at the grocery store, more at the gas pump, and more for housing than they did a year ago. Just today, the Bipartisan Joint Economic Committee reported that Americans have paid a total of $56.4 billion more in gas since Trump began his endless war with Iran. That's $477 for each household in America. In fact, the Federal Reserve's own research shows that 1 in 10 Americans skips meals because they simply cannot afford it. Workers are also worried about what artificial intelligence means for their jobs and their financial security. The one common thread of all of this is Trump. whose policies and actions made the economy and the concerns of American people so much worse. His tariffs have driven up costs for consumers and businesses. His attacks on independent financial regulators have undermined confidence in the mission of institutions that have protected the public. His war in the Middle East, which has no end, continues to hurt gas and grocery prices. Despite this pain being felt by American families, there is one family making fistful of money, the first family. The Trump family has earned more than $2 billion since Trump returned to office, primarily from new crypto ventures that Trump's administration is supposed to oversee. Yet instead of addressing these growing conflicts of interest, Republicans are legitimatizing all of them. They blocked all efforts to stop this profiteering when they passed the stablecoin and crypto legislation. Chair Warsh, I understand you have committed to divesting all of your financial assets to avoid conflicts of interest. That should also be the case for the President of the United States of America. Turning to the Federal Reserve, Trump has repeatedly attacked your predecessor, Chairman Jerome Powell, because he refused to kiss the ring and bend monetary policy to the president's demands. His administration continues to try to remove your colleague, Governor Lisa Cook. I hope we hear from you today how exactly you will defend your colleagues and the Federal Reserve. You should also take no comfort in the Supreme Court's shielding the Fed when it overturned Humphrey's executor. The court vastly expanded presidential authority over independent agencies, and it is likely to still come for other functions of the Fed, like bank supervision next. Committee Democrats will continue fighting to protect the independence of the Fed and other agencies, strengthen consumer protections, and build on an economy that prioritizes working families, not the president, the wealthy or the well-connected. So I look forward to your testimony today. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. I now recognize the chair of the Task Force on Monetary Policy, Treasury Market Resilience, and Economic Prosperity, Mr. Lucas of Oklahoma, for a 1-minute opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Chairman Warsh, to your first hearing as chairman, and congratulations on your confirmation. We look forward to your testimony today on the Monetary Policy Report. In your first meeting, you announced a number of welcome reforms, including establishing 5 task forces that many members are eager to get your thoughts on. For example, former Chair Powell had committed to review some of the Fed's communication tools, and although we expected that to be completed last August, alongside the review of the consensus statement, it is yet to happen. A review of the Fed's communication tools is long overdue, and we look forward to your focus on completing that project through the task force. We also spent time this Congress examining the composition and the size of the Fed's balance sheet, an effort that you are now undertaking at the Fed. It is vital that the Fed get this right. We welcome continued collaboration on that front. And I have a lot to talk about today. I look forward to your testimony and our discussion, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. I recognize the ranking member of the Task Force on Monetary Policy, Treasury Market Resilience, and Economic Prosperity, Mr. Vargas of California, for a 1-minute opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Ranking Member Waters for calling this hearing. Further, thank you, Chairman Warsh, for coming before this committee, especially so early on after being confirmed. Public service is a noble undertaking, as you know, so thank you once again for taking it on. We appreciate it. I enjoyed our conversation last week, and as ranking member of the Task Force on Monetary Policy, Treasury Market Resilience, and Economic Prosperity, I will remain vigilant of the actions you take as chairman. The independence of the Federal Reserve is my top concern. No influence from the president or others to raise or lower interest rates whenever they want to. That independence is one of the essential pieces that maintained the strength and reliability of the U.S. monetary policy. I encourage you and the entire Federal Reserve to keep that independence for the betterment of all of us, not just a few. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Today we welcome the testimony of the Honorable Kevin Warsh, Chairman of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. Chairman Warsh, we thank you for taking time to be with us today. You'll be recognized for 5 minutes to give an oral presentation of your written testimony. Without objection, your testimony will be made part of the record. I now recognize you for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman Hill, Ranking Member Waters, other members of the committee, good morning. It's a real privilege to join you. At my very first appearance here before this panel, I'm particularly honored to represent my superb colleagues from the Federal Reserve System. In submitting the monetary policy report, as is our obligation and our duty, I think of a long line of central bank chiefs that have appeared in this very room before Congress in keeping with the Federal Reserve Act. One of the largest figures in Federal Reserve history is Alan Greenspan, who passed away about a month ago after a century of life. We at the Fed recall the chairman's strong and steady leadership, his strong hand, in a period of rapid economic change. And today we honor his memory. As a country, we just marked our 250th year. And when Americans count our blessings, we include an economy predicated on the brilliance of our constitutional design and a system of ordered liberty, an economy without equal in all it's done for human flourishing. Some forms of Fed communications, which I've spoken about previously, are discretionary, but not this one, and for good reason. It's a prudent and wisely conceived obligation designed to keep the Fed accountable, responsible, and faithful to its congressional mandate of full employment and price stability. These obligations are of a piece with the Fed's rightful independence in the conduct of monetary policy. Stepping back, I would say today as we sit here, Mr. Chairman, we're at a hinge point in history. It's up to all of us to meet this moment. The task for this generation of policymakers and of individuals and households in the private sector is to ensure that the American economy excels far into the future. Now, at the Fed, our number one objective is getting monetary policy right. That's our clear and constant aim, the star we steer by. And if we get policy right, and I can assure you we will, the inflation surge of the last 5 years will be a thing of the past. Just a month ago, I chaired my very first meeting of the FOMC. My colleagues and I recognize that high inflation has been an undue burden on American households and businesses. And while monthly price volatilities and variations are inevitable, especially in an unsettled world, underlying inflation over longer time horizons is determined largely by monetary policy. As the chairman said at the outset, inflation's a choice. The members of our committee have no tolerance for persistently elevated inflation, and we share a resolute commitment to ensure price stability. This was the focus of our June meeting, at which we decided to hold the target range in the Fed funds rate at 3.5 to 3.75%. Now, naturally, our work at the Fed demands a proper reading on economic conditions. As you see in our report, economic activity grew at a solid pace, showing remarkable resilience in the face of recent developments. Household consumption, moderate. Manufacturing output, it moved up steadily this past year. The housing sector, however, gives a somewhat different picture and continues to lag. I want to highlight the most striking feature of this economy right now, and it's business investment. The rapid pace, which appears to be accelerating, reflects in part the construction of data centers and other infrastructure, and the immense demand for AI-related equipment and software. Investment in equipment overall increased about 8% for the year in the first quarter. Within that category, high-tech spending logged an especially impressive growth rate of nearly 25%. At the Fed, we don't yet know fully the extent to which the economy will benefit from AI. Yet it seems inevitable that that which we're now calling AI investment will soon just be called investment. Even so, new opportunities for the economy introduced new challenges for central bankers. We at the Fed are monitoring the implications for employment and for inflation. That brings me briefly, I'll end here so I don't go afoul of the time commitment, to the supply side of the economy, which deserves equal measure of discussion. Productivity growth has been strong, predating gains from AI adoption. America's labor force appears stable. Job creation has in fact kept pace with the workforce. The unemployment rate is low and changed little over the last year. And we've seen relatively few layoffs. In closing, I will say this. I came to my new position as a believer in the very best of the Fed's traditions. I'm heartened by the welcome I've received and by the encouragement of my colleagues in considering how best to advance the conduct of monetary policy. We have a duty to point this institution forward, to take a fresh look at current practices, to make sure we're serving the objectives you gave us, and we're going about it systematically. I've appointed task forces that you've already referenced in 5 key areas to improve the broad conduct of monetary policy. 1, Fed communications. 2, our balance sheet policy. 3, our use of existing data sources. 4th, productivity and jobs in an era of remarkable transformation. And 5, and not least important, the Fed's inflation frameworks. The purpose of this initiative is to equip the Fed to make better decisions in monetary policy and put these years of high inflation behind us. We're starting a new chapter, Mr. Chairman, at the Federal Reserve. In this consequential time for our nation, I can report to you that we at the Fed intend to be fit for purpose and focused on the future. We are the Federal Reserve, Mr. Chairman, and we're determined as ever to fulfill the mission that Congress has given us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Warsh. We'll now turn to member questions. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. As outlined in your statement, inflation is the result of many factors. Of these, the Fed has control only over one, monetary policy, as expressed through its interest rate and balance sheet policy. Today, a potential second surge of inflation is appearing due to factors outside the Fed's control. What the Fed can't control is how it reacts. Though upward pressure on prices may diminish on its own, it's not a sure thing. The Fed may be able to look through these inflationary pressures, but the Fed has believed that before and has been wrong. High inflation affects Americans in the here and now, not in some hypothetical future composed of long-term projections or of inflation expectations. Mr. Chairman, I was very encouraged to hear it both in your testimony and your opening FOMC statement about restoring price stability as a top priority for you. When we think about that in the near term, though, how do you and your colleagues on the Open Market Committee plan to accomplish that given the policy tools at your disposal?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We want economic growth to be more broad-based, and we want the change in prices, the increase in inflation, to be more limited. There are a lot of things that are happening that are outside of our control, as you mentioned, conflicts overseas and the rest. We can't have and shouldn't have a direct control on that. But inflation's a choice. We monetary policy makers need to choose lower prices, and that's the commitment my colleagues have made. In direct answer to your question, I would say we're doing 3 things. 1, commitment, which you heard at our first FOMC meeting, and I hope you heard today, is we're committed to the Fed to deliver price stability. We're committed to the 2% inflation goal. And so for businesses or households or market participants who came into this saying, well, they said before they were committed, but they seem to have tolerated a higher level of inflation, that commitment is resolute. Second thing that we can do is take ownership. This isn't a time for us to pass the buck, to blame others. The Federal Reserve can and will deliver price stability. We have the tools that you mentioned, both interest rates and balance sheet policy, that can help us achieve that aim. And we have the tools to deliver that. So it's a function of commitment, responsibility, and tools, and we're 3 for 3, and we'll deliver.
Thank you. I referenced in my opening statement about the 2020 decision on tolerating higher inflation and that it's now been abandoned by the board. Clearly, I think that was a policy error. It was praised by some at the time in August of 2020, but I found it alarming at the time it took place. First of all, do you agree with the FOMC's decision to abandon that? And secondly, how do you consider this past 6 years of experience when you look at the task force work on the framework question for looking at inflation?
Yeah, so there's no secret that at the time that the framework in 2020 was announced, the new framework,
Why am I asking you?
which
No,
was
stop,
intended
stop,
to get
stop, stop.
inflation
Why?
higher, that at the time and in subsequent years before finding my way into this job, I was very critical of it. That central bank wasn't the first central bank to ask for a little more inflation and end up with a lot more. It was a mistake. The framework did not succeed in its objectives, and I am pleased that before my arrival, that my predecessors took that and cast it aside. All central bankers are going to make some share of mistakes, but when they make a mistake, they've got to call it out. Had that mistake been called out sooner, I don't believe we would have been burdened with this undue tax over the last 5 years. It's nearly the same degree. That's why we are reform-oriented. That's why my colleagues and I are so driven by these task forces to think about them anew. And in final response, I'd just say one of the task forces you mentioned is to revisit the inflation frameworks that the Federal Reserve uses so that we can better understand what will cause inflation to rise and fall and what we can do about it.
Maybe kind of cool to open it up.
Well, thank you. And you also referenced courage in your opening statement, and you've just outlined the toughness of the set of policy choices that you and your fellow governors have. So difficult that your longtime predecessor, Arthur Burns, described that mission as the anguish of central banking to try to cope with the different structures. So in the last seconds I have left, will your task force work review the issue of what you have control over versus what is in the control of the Congress and regulatory and executive branch authority?
Yeah, I'll be brief in my response, given the time. There's no anguish in central banking here, Mr. Chairman. We have the commitment, the power, and the responsibility to deliver on the mandate that this committee gave us.
Is he asking about it in Discord?
We've got full ability to do it, so you will not hear me blaming anyone else.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My time has expired, and I recognize the ranking member, Mrs. Waters, for questions for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Walsh, Section 10 of the Federal Reserve Act states, and I quote, "No member of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System shall be an officer or director of any bank, banking institution, trust company, or Federal Reserve Bank, or hold stock in any bank, banking institution,
We're still not asking that question.
Unquote. This prohibition ensures there's no conflict of
you just,
interest
like,
arising from your role in making decisions as a regulator that could lead to your personal profit. Yes or no? Do you think that's a sensible prohibition?
Check your mic, Mr. Chairman.
Excuse me, Ranking Member, it's the law you've written, and it's the law we will follow.
Let me keep going. Vice Chair Bauman and FDR.
All right, here I come, guys. Hold on. I'm dying.
Last year that this prohibition is good public policy.
I'm dying.
As it ensures that bank regulators.
Oh, God, who's this?
Best interest and not
Is that Maxine Waters?
now, unfortunately, President Trump.
Oh, wait a minute. Did I miss this? Hold on here.
Of financial regulators
I'm in a
mandating
discussion right now.
must now review and approve regulatory rules put forward by banking
Oh,
regulators,
that's Maxine Waters.
including the Fed,
Ugh.
except when it comes to
And I'm a
monetary
Democrat.
policy. And instead of focusing on the job Americans elected him to do,
She's the old guard.
profiting off of his position
All right, I tried to clean myself up this morning.
and other
Took a shower and all that kind of stuff. I've been like hiding in a corner of my house. I have to speak less today.
those officials be prohibited from owning.
You don't need to hear her speaking. She's going to give the same speech she gives at every one of these hearings.
Ranking Member Waters, I don't mean to disappoint you, but we're going to stay in our lane at
here.
the Federal Reserve.
Remember too that do your best today. Hold on here.
For others outside the Federal Reserve are not something.
do your best today when we could have hearings like this. Remember that you will have money in the stock markets or want to inject money in the stock markets, and there's nothing in your own politics, nor mine, that matter to a lot of what these people say. It just doesn't matter. So be careful. You know, you guys are all. There's a few things here, like things we need to go over here. With Senate hearings. I've been sick. I haven't been here to prep you guys for this stuff. So number one, don't murder each other in the comments anywhere. Don't kill each other in Twitch comments, YouTube comments, or in Discord or anywhere else. Remember a few things. One, none of these people care about you. None of them. No matter what their politics are. These are the world's greatest traders, remember? Like, she's one of the world's greatest traders. They all are. Supposedly, they're all better than you, which is bullshit, right? Number two.
We've begun in 6 short weeks to tackle the big job.
You hang up your Main Street hat on the rack when you come to work, right? Go to work, job, trade the stock market or whatever. You hang your Main Street hat up on the hook. That is huge for these kind of things. You lose a lot of money if you start talking politics or mixing politics with your trading. Don't believe anybody that tells you that's not true, or anyone that tells you that it is or that mixing politics in does work. You can not trade stuff if you have like moral or shit like that. I don't like these people. I don't like those people. It's fine. But if you start applying that everywhere else, you're gonna have a bad time. Next one is this is a lot of grandstanding for politicking. They need sound clips to go back to. We're going to leave this equal leg up here. We have 1 right here. We're looking for number 2 right here. So just show it to you.
First week on the job, I sent a letter to
So you want to be really careful of, like, you get another one right here, then you get Warsh coming out, and you finally get your equal leg up here. If you want some idea of where we are and stuff. The next 2 things is this. You should be aware that, like, you speak to anybody that's ever worked in like S&T, IR, ER, EA, any of that kind of stuff. And if you're not a pro or whatever, or professional out there, those pros have complete disdain for you. So the street hates you. And the last thing that you as a retailer need is if the professionals hate you, if all these people hate you over here or over there, here we go. We're almost there.
The chair recognizes the chair of our task force monetary policy, Mr. Lucas of Oklahoma. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Nope.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, I will
turn this guy down too. So remember that like professionals hate you. Pretty much everybody hates you, and me. And
what do you anticipate the result?
Because of that, all you have is each other. So if you're a retailer, you should be protecting each other, especially if you're good at what you do, so that you, there we go, nice little pop.
Right now, they're in discovery mode. I've given the 5 task forces a tall task.
It's nice to see.
Go back to first principles, see what we're doing, see what can be.
Here we go. Here goes Warsh.
We're starting with a blank sheet of paper, and you had a highly credible central bank running the most important monetary policy in the world. What would we do? Are there existing practices we could improve upon? Are there hard questions we could answer? The changes in the economy relevant to that? In terms of disclosure,
there's the second middle leg right here.
That the external independent task force.
So what you try to do, what I want you to do is attempt to be kind to each other when you're trading today. I got some messages this morning like politics are run rampant or something like that.
Committed to listen to them with an open mind and make decisions. But there's going to be nothing held in secret here. This is a public discussion on these 5, and I'm happy to share the results and the thinking periodically between now and the end of the year, at which point I hope we've got some real conclusions.
Of course, the committee task force is very sensitive on this thing. Let's move to the communications and balance sheet. A concern I raised with your predecessor is the potential for confusion on the purpose of adjustments to the Fed's balance sheet, absent clear and frequent communication. For example, the trading desk announced yesterday it's continuing the $10 billion in bill purchases this period, presumably to maintain ample reserves. I understand not wanting to preempt the work of the communications task force, but can you share your thoughts on balance sheet policy communication? Will you make it clear to the markets when shrinking the balance sheet is intended to tighten monetary policy rather than a deregulatory effort to avoid market distortions?
You raise a couple of very good points. First, that some of the boundaries of these task forces will overlap. In some sense, each of the task forces are charged with obligations that are ultimately the FOMC and the Board of Governors. So the Communications Task Force and the Balance Sheet Task Force, there might be some overlap in their work. But let me cut to the chase. The balance sheet policies since the global financial crisis when I last served, the balance sheet regime has changed quite significantly. The size and duration of assets the Fed's holding have changed massively. They changed first in a period of crisis. That was the design of this new balance sheet policy. I don't want to prejudge decisions that this task force makes, but it's no secret of my long-held views, and I'll just state them three ways. One is the balance sheet is part of monetary policy. Monetary policy is made both through interest rates and through the balance sheet policies. The balance sheet isn't merely about plumbing. So that's point one. Second, I want to assure you that if there were a change in balance sheet policy, that we would preview it, explain it, debate it, and no changes in balance sheet policy would happen without good advance notice to the likes of this committee and broadly financial markets. And three, as we think about balance sheet policy, we at the Federal Reserve have to do, I think, a strong and compelling job to stay clear of fiscal policy. We want to be out of the fiscal policy business, which is between you and the Treasury Secretary and the President, and focus on monetary policy. Those are among the big questions I've asked this group of three distinguished leaders to take on, and I look forward to hearing what.
Next one should be good.
The composition of Treasury purchases continues.
Here's your first one right here. Here's your second one that's good, and then there should be one more down here.
The MPR details this trend along with the strong demand and increased liquidity, though we know from experience conditions can worsen quickly in the crisis. How are you thinking about financial stability and the threat of fiscal dominance as Congress fails to get spending under control while the demand for our debt, including the Federal Reserve, continues to change?
So it's an excellent question. As we sit here today, the average duration, that is the average outstanding stock of assets that are held by the Fed and U.S. Treasuries is about 6.5 years. The Treasuries that held in the market are about 4.5 years. I understand in periods of crises, like the 2020 pandemic and the 2008 crisis, central banks, by design, needing to step into markets to create a fair price. But in more benign times, when our overall holdings are larger than the market, that's something where monetary policy is, in the language of former Chairman Volcker, on the edge of its authority. These are among the questions that this task force will look at.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the ranking member of the House Small Business Committee, Ms. Velasquez of New York, for 5 minutes.
Right here. Welcome to the committee. I would like to start with a straightforward, simple question. Do you work for Donald Trump? Yes or no?
If I'm permitted to say, we're an independent central bank. We're honored to be independent. Our independence came from you.
Okay, that's enough. Thank you. What steps would you take if the president or others in the administration target you or your fellow governors because he doesn't like how many of them are voting on interest rate policy?
So it's not my intuition to engage in hypotheticals, but I'll tell you this. The Supreme Court said
That's an easy way out.
The Supreme Court said that the Federal Reserve and the conduct of monetary policy is independent. To the extent there were questions about it, the courts answered those questions.
So what would you do?
I would continue to do my job.
Okay, good. Chair Warsh, do you agree that current monetary policy exists in an extremely polarized and politicized environment?
Outside the four walls of the Federal Reserve, there's no doubt a lot of politics. But my goal inside the central bank is for there to be no politics. To the extent there's politics there, we're going to get rid of them.
Well, I, along with many on my side, will say that the attempted firings of a sitting Fed governor and Fed chair in the central bank's 111-year history is quite the politicization and polarization of the Fed. Chair Warsh, at your nomination hearing a few months ago, you said, and I state, I am committed to ensuring that the conduct of monetary policy remains strictly independent. You just said that. Are you still committed to conducting independent monetary policy today?
Absolutely.
Given the current mistrust of government and the political environment surrounding your appointment, the decision to limit communications and offload Fed objectives to clandestine task forces with no clear transparency calls your motivations into question. Can you commit today to institute an explanatory framework that details the reasoning of the Fed's actions following policy changes?
I'm here today, Congressman, to do just that. And I think I've demonstrated in my first 6 or 7 weeks in office a commitment to independence and a commitment to reform. Those two are of common importance, and I'm going to deliver on both of them.
I'm glad to hear that.
Thank you.
Chair Warsh, at your first post-AOMC meeting as chair, you were asked how you intend to handle Fed communications going forward. You answered, and I quote, "We made some changes today. I expect more changes to come, and some of those might well be worthy of a press conference." To me, that is not a very definitive standard. Can you commit today to creating a fixed public standard for which FOMC decisions and procedural changes trigger a press conference rather than deciding case by case which ones might be worth it? Yes or no?
So if I can be a slightly longer than yes or no, the last 63 months, maybe 64 months of high inflation above the Fed's objective suggests that it is immediately important to think about reforms, including in communications, and that's what we're going to do. I don't expect any of the changing communications to be about hiding the ball. The purpose of a change in communications is to do one thing right, which is to get monetary policy
I
right.
hear you, but are you instituting any standards that will qualify for a press conference as a worth news for the public and hear us in Congress?
So in a word, yes, and we have a task force that's going to help us think about how to do that and do a better job of getting policy right and making sure that you know what we're doing and why.
Can you give me a single objective or criteria right now on how you will determine whether or not a change at the Fed is significant enough for you to hold a press conference on it?
Mr. Chairman, I'd invite you to answer that question in writing, please, for the gentlewoman from New York. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas. Mr. Sessions, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, welcome. We're delighted that you're here. This is your first time here, but you'll get used to coming back. You'll be here twice a year. So your report to Congress is important, and we do count on the factual nature of that. I'd like to refer, if I can, to 3 questions and allow you to speak instead of myself most of the time. Number 1, housing interest rates, that would be on page 21 and 37. Then understanding better the agricultural stability of that marketplace. I represent a hugely agricultural district. And second, or lastly, the labor market outlook, that's page 16. I'll let the gentleman please move forward, and I'll prompt you now on the first one, housing interest rates. You would please talk to us, your view of that. It's higher than what I want, but you're the person that's in the seat today.
So as I mentioned in my opening statement, prepared remarks, the economy is solid. Financial markets look like they're in very good condition. But when we look at housing markets, the story is much more uneven. 30-year fixed-rate mortgages, which is really the relevance of much of this discussion to a lot of hardworking Americans. It's higher than it's been, and in part, that's because of inflation that has been above the Fed's objectives.
Okay, and looking forward,
So we
your
have,
goal, what can we look at you and say, what is our new chairman going to do about that?
so he's going to deliver price stability with his colleagues at the FOMC. And what we can do in making sure that people are confident that the change in prices is at such a level they don't have to think about it, and they don't have to talk about it. That is consistent with long-term Treasury yields being lower, and that's also consistent with mortgages being more affordable.
Well, I agree with that, and I'll look forward to that. Agricultural outlook, as you know, farmers, the farm economy is going through some changes. Your viewpoint on that?
As you know, the Fed does not target particular sectors, but that doesn't mean these sectors aren't incredibly important. The housing economy matters to the economy, the overall economy, and so does the ag economy. It's the breadth and diversity of the U.S. economy that gives it its strength. It's the dynamism of what's happening in each of these sectors, including in agriculture, that gives us great comfort that economic growth can be materially higher than it is. We are not afraid of productivity-led growth, and that's not unique to AI. That's across all sectors of the economy. As I mentioned to Chairman Hill, we're looking for growth to be broader and the change in prices, the inflation in prices to be more limited. Agriculture is not immune to either of those developments.
Well, the Agriculture Secretary has been added to some of your important committees to make sure there's discussion. I hope that you will listen to her. It is important for you to understand that when people talk about the stock market or investment, farmers and ranchers look out in their backyard at the cost of their equipment, at the cost of their land, at the cost of things. They don't have a stock market. They have their own investment. And I think that the Secretary can be there to completely continue to remind you of that. Labor market outlook really looks good. Page 16, sir, your take.
Yeah, so
It does not look great. It looks okay.
remarkably resilient. The increase in nominal wages has been solid. You might have heard in my comments at the beginning,
Wages are lagging.
a bit more focus on the price stability part of the mandate.
That's why they look good.
I want you to know, though, that there is no disfavored part of the legislative remit that you gave us. The dual mandate is your word to us that we're going to focus on price stability and on full employment. I intend to do just that, and if I could add one other thing, in my view, the two parts of the mandate are not in conflict. This is not an either-or proposition. The more we can do to deliver low and stable prices, the more we can get it such that people aren't worried about inflation, the more employers are going to want to hire more workers. So you gave us a remit. We take both parts of it seriously. As we look out the window now, the labor markets look to be in pretty good balance. We've got some work to do on the inflation front.
Well, we, in the One Big Beautiful Bill, encourage people to go back to work. And that is why we do not tax overtime pay and why we do not tax what would be tips. We need to get people back in the marketplace. We hope you helped us out, Mr. Chairman. Welcome to us, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your time.
Gentleman from Texas yields back. Chair recognizes the ranking member of our Capital Markets Subcommittee, Mr. Sherman of California, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, first I want to commend you for looking to improve the data on which you base your monetary policy decisions. Up until now, we've relied on survey data as a substantial part of that, and increasingly Americans just don't voluntarily answer survey questions. I want to commend you for declaring your independence. We saw what happens in Argentina, Venezuela, and most notably Turkey when federal central bank independence is eroded. I would say ironically that had your predecessor caved to Trump and lowered interest rates below what economics would call for, we would have much higher inflation today, and that would have been bad for Americans. It would have been absolutely terrible for the Republican Party. So the independent, you have, your agency has saved Donald Trump from himself. And finally, I would say don't rely on this distinction between the Cook and the Slaughter cases. The idea that every congressionally created independent agency isn't independent except yours, you don't want to be relying on that. The distinctions the court makes between your agency and every other agency are rather weak historically. Our capital markets support our business expansion and our economy. Money market funds are an important part of that, buying short-term commercial paper from corporations. Our payment system is designed to meet the needs of honest Americans. That's why we have an anti-money laundering, know your customer rule that makes it a bad system for drug dealers, sanctions evaders, et cetera.
False.
There's a rival to these institutions, and that is a cryptocurrency, which literally means
Yes. All right, so he's at least admitting it.
designed to
Crypto is being used to wash money coming into the U.S. right now.
which are just like a money market fund, except you earn zero interest, and everything is hidden.
Yeah, maybe true.
Now,
Forget
the
that.
Federal Reserve
He's not
established
admitting that
liquidity
money gets
facilities
through our
to support
crypto
money
system, not
market funds
our
in the last
entire
crisis.
crypto system. It gets
The Federal
washed
Reserve,
out of the country and
support,
back into the U.S.
cryptocurrency or state.
And they're getting away with it like crazy right
They
now.
face a run-on from
Not they, but criminals.
So Congressman, thank you for mentioning many of those issues. We talked about a lot of them in your office, so I appreciate it. I still have the scars from the 2008 financial crisis.
We
I
all
still have
do.
the scars from the extraordinary efforts that my colleagues and I, under Chairman Bernanke's leadership, had to do. That is not something we want to repeat.
Can you
The
assure
reforms
us
that we need are
that
to
you
try to
will
mitigate
not
that.
be bailing out stablecoin and cryptocurrency?
So I don't want to, I can be more broadly than that. We do not want to be in the bailout business, full stop.
But your predecessor did provide a liquidity function for money market funds. If, God forbid, we faced a similar circumstance in the crypto world, would you bail them out?
So I want to be very clear. We're going to do everything we can to mitigate those sorts of extraordinary risks. If and when they were to come in the next 4 years, we want to be in a position we're not bailing out anybody, including crypto.
You're not really answering the question. Obviously, everybody prefers our economy works well. And I'm certainly
I thought he
concerned
gave a
having,
perfectly
non-bank
serviceable
direct
answer. He didn't
access
say
to
that they would bail them out. He said he would not.
This Kraken filing with the Kansas City Fed is concerning, but I want to move on to Basel III. Your predecessor said that the capital requirements for banks in 2019 were about right. The current reproposal substantially raises those capital requirements. Were capital requirements about right in 2019, or should they be higher than that today?
So the good news is we have a proposed capital rule that's out for comment. I'm quite interested in getting the reports and the comments on that, and I look forward to reviewing those and making a judgment. I would say, as a first principle, strong capital ratios, strong liquidity ratios, strong supervision, and strong market discipline, they're all of a piece to ensure we don't find ourselves in a world where there's unsafe or unsound institutions.
We, of course, want strong limits. On the other hand, if you go overboard, you hurt economic growth and hurt the economy. I hope in that review process you'll look at low-income housing tax credits, where you've already moved from 400% to 100%. It should be closer to 20%. These are very stable assets.
Gentleman's time has expired.
And my time has expired.
Appreciate you, Mr. Sherman. The chair recognizes the chair of our subcommittee on financial institutions, the distinguished gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Chairman Warsh, congratulations on your confirmation and swearing in as the 17th Chairman of the Federal Reserve. I am grateful for your commitment to reforming the Fed, and that appreciation is surpassed only by our shared love for Kentucky.
Note that we missed the second candle down by a penny.
Let me just ask you, first of all, since you're swearing in over 7 weeks ago, things seem quite a bit different over at the Fed. A few examples: elimination of forward guidance, abstaining from the dot plot, creation of these 5 specialized task forces, and maybe most impressively, taking accountability. Instead of blaming inflation on the pandemic or supply chain interruptions or tariffs or the Strait of Hormuz, you are saying that inflation is always and every time the result of the Fed supporting printing too much money. Tell me, Mr. Warsh, you appear to be quite different from your predecessors. How are you different?
So I've known 5 of my predecessors. I've learned particular lessons from each of them. I can only be my own man. I served before at the Fed for about 5.5 years under Chairman Bernanke, and I learned a lot of things then. But you're right. In 6 weeks, we have caused, I think, a sea change in new thinking, the beginning of a set of reforms that are going to be put in place across at least 5 dimensions in monetary policy. And it's a broader discussion about reforms that will be forthcoming in everything we do, including supervision and regulation, where there's already been a good start, in payments and the rest. We made a lot of progress in 6 weeks, but I think it's important to use this opportunity wisely. The 63 months of inflation above target has been an unfair burden and has been a tax on the American people and businesses. We plan on getting rid of that tax. If that means we need a regime change in policy and we need new consideration of practices, some of which have been working, some of which haven't, that's what we aim to do, and we're just getting started.
Well, I appreciate your commitment to being different. Let's talk about overhauling Fed communications. This from a Wall Street Journal editorial on June 15th. They write,
I want to predicate, I'm gonna interrupt this guy right now, and I just want you to think about this, okay? It's the only thing that's on my mind right now. And I want to show you this because I want you to think about what these guys are talking about here today, and then I want you to think about the idea that they know this. When you get your month over month, these guys are chatting here, right? They're being pretty smooth right now. They say they got this. So I want to show you this right here. So this is your month over month kind of stuff, right? And the numbers that came out this morning were good, but they were expected to be good. See it right here. They're expected to be good. And they were good. They were good. The question becomes, does this, the year over year did come down to 3.2 or 5 or something like that, a pretty significant roll. It's like down here a little bit more, but when that next reading comes out, it's going to be hot. Theoretically it is. So you want to ask yourself the question here. Are you going to run this fucking thing hot? I mean hot. Or are they going to buy time? Are they like buying time for it to get that hot that they have to start an actual hiking cycle? And that's what it looks like at the moment. So let's watch this again and then just pay attention to when these guys are talking. If they're going to try to fudge this and move on from this, because this will go vertical. The market's going to go fucking vertical. So watch this closely here.
Is a better way of calling balls and strikes.
finally, thanks for your commitment on dealing with
Your month over month doesn't mean anything. And then you have revisions too, but
its dual mandate, including diversity.
if the idea is let's run it like COVID.
That's why the Fed's joining the network of the greening of the financial system distracted the Fed from the very important job of price stability. How will you keep the Fed from rejoining the network for the greening of the financial system or veering into these peripheral and distracting matters that go beyond the statutory remit of the Fed?
By being very clear of our obligations. You told us that our job is full employment and price stability. You gave us plenty of other hard work to do. We'll have a series of reforms outside of monetary policy. Our plate is full. We will not be wandering into other areas, I can assure you, Congressman.
Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York, the ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Meeks, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And congratulations, Mr. Chairman. You just jump into this.
We still got 2 days of this. We've got testimony tomorrow on Wednesday as well.
Quote, rightful independence in the conduct of monetary policy, which is good. Now, as the Chairman Hill has indicated, I also do some foreign affairs work, and I'm very concerned about what's taking place in the Strait of Hormuz and rising cost of gas, because we know that when those prices go up at the pump, it gives higher transportation and energy cost, and they work their way through the economy, generally making groceries higher and household goods, et cetera. So it depends upon handling it. So if the administration's handling of the conflict with Iran contributes to another inflationary shock, will you make the decision you believe is in the best interest of the American people and the American economy in that rightful independent stance?
Congressman, that is always our commitment, to make the best decision we can, consistent with the remit and our understanding of the world. And as I said to the chairman at the outset, we'll deliver price stability.
So, and that's, still based upon what we've seen from the president thus far. Now, I just want to be clear, make sure that, because I got to be clear on this, that if the president publicly pressures you to pursue a different course than the one you believe is in the economic, that you believe the economic data supports, will you follow the president's wishes or follow the data?
My commitment to you is to follow the law and follow the data, follow our very best judgment.
And that's even if he publicly criticizes you for doing it. If you decide this is the way to go, this is what the data shows, and he publicly criticizes you and tells you how disappointed he's in you and all of that, will you still do what the data tells you to do?
I will, Congressman.
You ready for that?
I'm ready to follow the law, and I'm ready for the Fed to deliver on the expansive remit that you gave us. I'll make only one other note. We have a wide lens. We're interested in what's happening in the war. We're interested in what's happening in military conflicts around. We have to take that all in, but then we have to shut the door and make our very best decision. That's what we're going to do in a couple of weeks, and that's what we'll do in the remainder of my tenure.
Thank you. So now I want you to know that I support innovation, but I also believe that the Federal Reserve has a responsibility to protect the integrity of our payment system from political pressure and short-term enthusiasm. And I believe that the administration has made expanding access to fintech and digital asset firms a clear priority of his, but the Federal Reserve has long evaluated access to its payment infrastructure based on safety and soundness, operational resilience, and effective risk management, and the stability of the financial system. Not politics, not political priorities. So, can you, and what I should say this also, because what I'm concerned about is that there are firms that's connected to our nation's payment infrastructure that must have robust cybersecurity, fraud prevention, compliance, and operational controls, because failures can undermine public confidence in the financial system and leave consumers exposed to significant harm. So, my question is, can you commit that decisions about access to the Federal Reserve's payment rails will remain grounded solely in the Fed's independent assessment of systemic risk, safety, and soundness, and not political direction?
This one's kind of hard to call. It's within like a penny up here.
Stay focused on the
I left one more pump up to get above it. There it goes.
This new technology.
Keep going. Pump a little bit more. Get up there and tag it.
The Federal Reserve and the economy
more. There's like a penny missing up here. There's like a fit. This is a fake wick of some kind.
Be the strongest in the world and improve its growth rate, but it's not without risks. And we at the Fed are going to
tag it up there.
Right balance between the challenges and the opportunities in payments.
One more.
Let me just ask this. I got
a little bit higher.
What objective standards must any firm satisfy before you conclude that the benefits of innovation outweigh the risk to consumers and the broader financial system?
I like the way you think. A benefit cost test is a good test for economists like us, and if the benefits exceed the cost, then that's the kind of policy, procedure, and objective we want to pursue.
Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the chair of our Capital Markets Subcommittee, Ann Wagner of Missouri. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Chairman Warsh, and congratulations to you. My work on the Capital Markets Subcommittee as chairman has been focused on giving the American people and our small businesses more options and access to our markets, giving the everyday investor and the local employer better opportunities to grow their financial future and kind of on their own terms, I'd say. Under the previous administration, we saw a heavy-handed regulatory approach that aimed to strip risk out of our markets entirely. And time after time, the Biden-Harris administration pushed policies that limited financial freedom and stifled growth. Our capital markets are, as we all know, the envy of the world, and that is because we allow Americans to weigh
See it now, we missed it by a penny.
for themselves
So we got to get over this fucking thing.
that are best for them and their families. Chairman Warsh, at a high level, how do you view the Fed's role relative to the financial system, both as a central bank and as a bank regulator? And I guess what I mean is, should the Fed try to engineer all risk out of our economic system, or should it act as a prudent observer that only intervenes when truly necessary?
So, Congressman, it's a leading question, which I can answer with a, we need to strike the right balance. We are not trying to take risks out of markets in normal times. The economic growth that I mentioned to your colleague just a moment ago comes about because of a certain dynamism in our financial markets, which comes from a dynamism in the real economy. That isn't created by the Federal Reserve, but we can be a foundation with clear, steady policies, delivering on the remit that you gave us, so that the American spirit.
I don't think we go down this deep, but I want to leave it down here because of this swing low right here.
On the top of mind for myself.
Little gap down here too that was left behind.
In Missouri's 2nd Congressional District is the state of the economy, including the cost of living, job growth, and interest rates. Though it is often characterized as being tasked with a dual mandate, the Fed, in fact, has multiple statutory mandates, including stable prices, maximum employment, moderate long-term interest rates, and financial stability. When the Fed leans into one of these goals, sir, it can create ripple effects on the others, forcing a balancing act between competing priorities. Chairman Warsh, how do you weigh these different mandates and the trade-offs between them?
So I'm a little different than some in the economics profession on that, Congressman. I do not think we have a cruel choice between stable prices and full employment. I think the mandate that you and Congress—
Just got to get over that dotted line right there.
If we can ensure stable prices, the American economy can thrive, businesses can hire more employees, and the dynamic economic engine we talked about can continue to be the envy of the world. I don't think we have to run a balancing test. I don't think it's an either-or proposition. We're in the business of doing what we can to ensure financial stability over a business cycle and financial cycle, and we're always in the business of ensuring stable prices and full employment. At different times, our focus, our lens has to turn to one of those priorities, but I think they're entirely consistent with each other.
Which leads to my next point here. There are some who believe, Chairman Warsh, that the Fed should be used as an everything regulator, where instead of acting as an observer of markets, the Fed attempts to actively manage them beyond its statutory responsibility. Chairman Warsh, how does this mission creep affect the Fed's reputation, and should the Fed take actions beyond those specifically authorized in federal law?
We should follow the law. There is a tendency when circumstances get tough for any regulatory agency, any agency to go to the edge of their authorities, but that's when politics enter the door. My objective, the objective of my colleagues, is to keep politics out And the way we do that is we steer clear of things that we aren't authorized to do.
Thank
Gentlewoman's
you.
time has expired.
My time's expired, and I think that's the answer we're looking for. I yield back.
The chairman recognizes the ranking member of our Subcommittee on Digital Assets, Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Chairman Warsh. Good to see you. My congratulations. I was pleased to see that in your opening remarks, you spoke to the issue of artificial intelligence. And as the ranking member on AI and crypto, I was just curious to try to tease some more of your thoughts out on that. You know, not only in the financial services context, but AI in general. I mean, in the past, the Federal Reserve has been able to identify risks of impact to the financial system, but also in a wider context as well. And I wonder if you'd share some of your concerns about that. And I guess I'd like to know, under your leadership, what will be the Fed's approach on AI and how you protect the system from some of the risks that may be attendant to the adoption of AI.
Yeah, thank you, Congressman. We talked about this a bit in your office, and I appreciate the time. This is perhaps the most significant change in our economy in my adult lifetime. I take the new investments in intelligence, in some sense, to be one where we have to recognize it's a huge opportunity, but it also comes with risks and challenges. It is not the job of the central bank to provide or be certain of what the consequences are over the next 12 or 24 months. But we recognize that the United States is likely to be a big winner. The United States is at the forefront of these technologies. Both the human capital and the capital provided from investors are happening here. So the efficient frontier of these technologies are happening in the United States. This is a benefit broadly to our economy. But I don't want to sound overly complacent about it. These technologies also offer threats when they find their way into adversaries' hands. The infrastructure at the Federal Reserve, the infrastructure at our banks, large and small, they must feel new pressure as people are looking to use these technologies to do harm. So these technologies can be used for good and for harm. Over the long term, I think the U.S. is the winner. Over the long term, I think there is a material improvement in productivity, which should have a material improvement ultimately in wages and the strength of the economy. But the long term it can be quite far out, and we've got to monitor things month by month, quarter by quarter as we get there.
Yeah, the thing that troubles me is every time we talk about AI, I hear about this race, and it's us against China, or it's us against South Korea, or countries in the EU. The problem with that thinking is that in this race, and we're seeing the velocity of change is enormous. It's exceeding, obviously, our ability to regulate AI. At the end of the day, I don't see the United States as the winner. I don't see China as the winner. I see artificial superintelligence as the winner. That's where we're rushing along this course, and at the end of the day, we're creating either us, and it doesn't matter whether the creator of artificial superintelligence is a good guy or a bad guy, or a good gal or a bad gal. That superintelligence itself will be the entity that we have to confront, and I just worry about the broader impact of what's going on right now. There's tremendous resources, as you know, being poured into AI. I just hope that the course of regulation does not meet the same fate that the regulation of crypto did, where the crypto industry spent close to $250 million up here on Capitol Hill, and they got the bill they wanted. If that happens with AI, we are in serious existential trouble, not only in this country, but in this world. And I do believe that the Fed, in your position, has influence, has the ability to seek out those dangers that others may not identify. And I just ask you to please consider your role and the resources that you have, that maybe you can put a task force together to look at the broader implications of this, the adoption of AI. They can't even show us, they can't even explain some of the things that they're using right now. The explainability gap is enormous, but I welcome you. I wish you the best. I really do. I wish you the best for all of us.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, the Vice Chairman of our Financial Institutions Subcommittee. Mr. Loudermilk, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Chairman Warsh, welcome. Thank you for being here, and Godspeed with the position you now have, and we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
First, I want to talk about Operation Choke Point. As you are fully aware, Operation Choke Point 2.0 involved partisan actors at the Fed using, as quote, reputation risk as a means to target and debank firms and individuals in the digital asset ecosystem. The energy industry and really anyone that partisan actors at the Fed believed unworthy of a bank account or loan. This was especially egregious given the fact that the Fed does not have a statutory authority from Congress to supervise for reputation risk. While I'm happy that reputation risk has been wiped from the Fed's guidance to examiners, can you please tell us what steps the Fed can take to durably ensure that statutory silence is never again abused by partisan actors to attempt through the Fed what they cannot make through law in Congress, and also what actions that you may be taking?
So thank you, Congressman. Reputational risk has been removed from the dashboard that supervisors and regulators will have anything to do with. My view is that being a good supervisor and regulator is tough business, and we don't need to make it harder by bringing politics into it. Vice Chair Bowman has begun a series of reforms before I arrived in this, and I think you're going to find in the coming quarters and years we're going to continue to reform and refine our regulatory system so that we can have a safer and sounder financial system, and I'll add a more competitive one too.
All right, thank you for that, and we appreciate your work in that area. The Fed currently holds a considerable share of federal debt and has for almost 2 decades now. With a ready buyer and low interest rates, it's not surprising that Congress has been incentivized to run up large and growing deficits over the same time frame. You've spoken before about the Fed's role here and the threat of monetary dominance and fiscal dominance. How can the Fed get out of the business of underwriting Congress's fiscal irresponsibility?
One thing we can do is think hard about when we're going to be buying debt from the Treasury. This might not sound like perfect virtue, but when we have a crisis like in 2008 and 2020, my view is you created the central bank to take extraordinary actions. In more normal times, in a more normal business and financial cycle, fiscal policy needs to be a decision that you make with the administration. Fed should have nothing to do with it. I've set up a task force to focus on the balance sheet, to ask the question first, what's the effect of the balance sheet on the conduct of monetary policy and ultimately inflation? Second, what are the pros and cons of different regimes? I'm not of the mistaken view we can go back to where we were when I arrived at the Fed in 2006, but I think there are several other sustainable equilibrium we can achieve. And the third question is equally important. It took us nearly 18 years to find our way into this balance sheet. We're holding a lot of long-term Treasury debt, long-term mortgage-backed securities. We won't be able to make changes overnight. Any changes that we make would be well deliberated, would be public, would be understood, and there'd be quite a bit of time before any of that was operationalized. I look forward to the recommendations of the task force, and I look forward to hearing from my colleagues around the FOMC as we contemplate alternatives.
Well, thank you for that. And what are your greatest concerns with regard to the threat of monetary dominance?
Yeah, so you have a different job than we do. The independence that many of your colleagues have spoke about this morning is a political and economic decision to give us the pen on interest rates, to let us be the deciders of monetary policy. I've always taken that as part of a bargain. You're giving us independence in that, and my judgment is we should be staying out of fiscal policy. We shouldn't be weighing in, no matter how tempting it might be. either directly by buying assets that have some flavor of fiscal policy, or by opining on subjects that really isn't our business. We're going to try to stick in our lane at the Federal Reserve. We've been good at that for the last 6 weeks, but there's always a temptation to wander in other areas. I'm going to try to be reserved in my comments on fiscal policy with you and your colleagues. That's your job, it's not mine.
Well, thank you for those answers. They're very thorough and very refreshing to hear. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Houston, Texas, Mr. Green, who is a ranking member of our subcommittee on oversight and investigations. Mr. Green.
Over here, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the ranking member as well. And I welcome you to the committee, Mr. Chairman, but I would also say to you that I will pray for you. And I'll pray for you because many of the questions that have been predicated today hinge upon a belief that you will sanction the president's desires. It is thought among the general public that you're in the position you're in because the president could not have the influence that he wanted to have with the prior chair, and he believes he can have it with you. So I hope that you will stand firm and honor your commitments that you're making, though some of them are not firm commitments, as I understood your language. You indicated that you're interested in war. I appreciate this, but I believe you should also be interested in speculative bubbles. My assumption is that you are. Are you interested in bubbles, speculative bubbles, Mr. Chairman?
Ruh-roh.
We've got a wide lens. We spend a lot of time thinking about what's happening.
I'm going to take that as a yes. Now, given that you're interested in speculative bubbles, let's just talk about a bubble that occurred. President Trump's meme coin, $Trump, profited an average of
Tech bulls are like, woo! Start talking about those Trump coin, bro.
$1.74 million per day. This amounted to approximately $636 million in total royalties and licensing fees generated.
Which bubble?
At its launch. While this was happening, during that same period of time, nearly 1 million investors lost a combined $3.8 billion. This is because that meme coin lost value, dropped precipitously in value. It was a bubble, by the way. It is nothing. Anybody who's listening to me, if you've invested in a meme coin, you've invested in nothing. Zero.
Earmuffs, crypto bros.
It would be illegal, but given the Secretary of the Treasury that we have currently, it is not. And that's very unfortunate. SEC, the Secretary of the SEC, it is not. I think that we should concern ourselves with these speculative bubbles. And whether you like it or not, you have to concern yourself with it because when you lower interest rates, you lower the rates such that there's more capital available for people to use for speculative reasons. So you have to be concerned about it whether you want to or not, because you don't want to see a speculative bubble. Can I have your assurance that you will be concerned about these speculative bubbles, Mr. Chairman?
This shows this guy has no idea what the fuck he's talking about, which is kind of sad. There's money sloshing around from just IPOs, AI IPOs. It's even worse than lowering rates.
Your purview and responsibility.
It shows you how out of touch these people are generally, or they don't want to address it.
I choose to have them in my purview, and I make an issue of them. I have to vote on them.
And I'm okay with that, but with this bubble, I want to see the whole thing built out first.
If you lower them, then people can.
He ain't gonna bring that up one way or another. Either he doesn't know, or he's doesn't want to say anything, which he shouldn't.
And they can lose a lot of money. Losing billions of dollars while the president makes millions on a daily basis. This is the epitome.
He's got a problem with the political side of this, but not with the
We all have to take a stand, Mr. Chairman.
AI bubble, which he should. We need to build it out. We're in a race right now, an arms race.
This president is interested in making money. He puts money ahead of the people of this country. The people of the United States of America are secondary when it comes to the president. They may even be tertiary or quaternary, but they're not first. And at some point, you're going to have to make a tough decision.
I'm looking for a pop here, just so you know. Quick pop up.
I'm not going to prejudge you.
And go like up here. That's all we need to do. We could also go a little bit higher up here.
The latitude that the Supreme Court has given you, that you'll make the right decision. But you're going to have to be concerned about a speculative bubble.
There is one issue here.
This is something.
Coming into 11:30 right now. There could be a little bit of jackknifing to get a better price into 12:30 for those flows. But I'd like to see the pop up first if we can get it. Just a quick pop, drop.
Warsh, congratulations. I join many of my colleagues.
This is all very benign if you don't know.
Seeing you there as a very positive thing.
So far.
In late 2021 and 2022, as has been referenced by a few others, the Fed had recognized inflation was not transitory. I'm reminded of actually a hearing we had where we had then Secretary Yellen, former Fed Chair Yellen, sitting next to the then current Fed Chairman. And when I brought up the question about whether it was transitory, they did not have the same answer. And it was interesting seeing how that lag, and it sort of played into the fear that many of us had that there had been more to this foot dragging coming out of the Biden administration. The quick question is, while the appropriate speed of a response depends on what is driving inflation, I think you would certainly agree. I'm curious your view of how the Fed should make that judgment and act quickly once it does, because I think, as has been pointed out, there was a lag.
So, Congressman, I appreciate the question. We only look to the past for lessons learned. We're not trying to relitigate the decisions that are made of our predecessors, but the reforms that I've already announced in communications, the task forces that have been established, are an attempt to make the conduct of monetary policy better, swifter, more sound, so we can deliver price stability. Our number one objective is to get policy right, and my judgment, as I said to one of your colleagues before, is that demands an open mind. That means not pre-committing to decisions before we take it up inside the four walls of the Federal Reserve. And so you'll hear from me a lot less forward guidance and a lot of listening. Generally, as a practice, what we're going to try to do, especially at the beginning, is deeper, more serious discussions among us, fewer pronouncements.
So I appreciate you don't want to relitigate the past, but I do think, as we all know, we also learn from history. And during the previous administration, the Fed took some pretty major regulatory actions, some within its statutory authority, and in my view, maybe excessive, but others that were clearly beyond what Congress had really authorized. And you know, everyone agrees a safe and sound banking system is essential to monetary policy, the economy, and the American people. But when the Fed exercises exceeds its statutory authority, or reinterprets old laws to claim new powers, that to me is mission creep. Can you assure us that future bank regulatory proposals will respect the important procedural guardrails established by the Administrative Procedure Act? The APA has been, in many ways, trampled, I believe, which often received only nominal consideration under the previous administration. How are you going to handle this?
So we're going to follow the law just as you say. You've established a set of laws. There's a set of regulations by which changes in supervision and regulation, changes in guidance can be made. We intend to follow them with an objective, as you mentioned, of a safe, sound, and again, I'll add, competitive banking system. Is a huge strength for the United States, and our banking system is stronger and more resilient than most around the global economy.
Expound a little bit about your views of the importance of a banking system to the American people and the benefits to them of a Fed sticking to the authorities that Congress has given it, and rather than going far afield.
Yeah, so we've got to keep politics out of the Fed. Politics can find their way into the Fed through any of the range of powers that you've given us. Our supervisors and regulators have a lot of authority over the thousands of banks that are regulated in the United States. Explicit authority and also authority when they knock on the door and they ask a series of questions. One of the great strengths of the U.S. economy is the diversity of institutions we have in the banking business. Most of the G20 counterparts we have, they have a handful of banks. They're implicitly backed by their government. One of the untold strengths of our economy is the diversity of our banking system. We've got regulators that need to ensure that the regulation and supervision are tailored to what happens in those institutions. One size fits all might work for other countries. It doesn't work in the U.S. And the vision I have, Congressman, is liquidity and credit that comes up from the real economy through the banks.
Thank you.
And gets aggregated, not top-down liquidity
Gentleman's
provided by the Federal
time has
Reserve.
expired.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the ranking member of our subcommittee on housing and insurance, Mr. Cleaver. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me first, before I ask any questions, express my personal appreciation for you and Ranking Member Waters for allowing and giving my partner, Mike Flood, and I the opportunity to go out and deal with this housing issue that, frankly, I think is going to add a whole new dimension to our ability as a federal government to increase this human need for housing. So thank you very much. I appreciate, and I know he does as well, all of the freedom that you guys gave us. Thank you, Madam Ranking Member. Mr. Chairman, congratulations for your new...
Just a note that we have the half-hour an hour trigger crossing the hourly trigger. Sometimes we'll come back down and sniff this thing out.
And for...
Make sure this is the way we're going. Watch this, see this half-hour trigger, hourly trigger right here?
With you prior to this.
We're either going to come back to test it
and I'm
into this half-hour hour right here, or we just start ripping faces off to the upside, one or the other.
Independence and in theology, you said there.
I'm waiting over here, down here, to see if I can catch it to go up. I do have this thing going all the way down here, but it's only because of a small gap down here that was left behind.
Wheel.
I just want to reference it in case we don't have a place to buy a dip.
And I'm interested in a declaration of independence.
I don't want to see something like this here.
On your view about the independence of the Federal Reserve.
And then I'm like, hey, why does it continue to go down? We're not getting a new high to buy, any of that kind of stuff. And all of a sudden it's blasting down here. So I just want to keep a mark on it.
The reason for the Fed's power comes not just from a printing press, though it can be useful from time to time. It comes from our credibility to make the best choices.
This is a very key moment. Be very careful here.
You've written for us. And that credibility is bolstered if we are and are perceived to be independent. And so that's a commitment I can make to you, because that's the way we can best do our job.
Well, thank you very much. Independence is a big deal in the real world, and then certainly with the Federal Reserve. But I also have to say that you know, there is a terror of the unknown, part of who we are. And the oldest and strongest of the human emotions is fear. It's almost the first thing we have. Even babies will jump.
Be something like this, but I just want to be careful of if we come down here and like liquidation break of any kind.
And I'm not sure what to call this, maybe AI anxiety, but I clearly have it. And it's only my youngest son is an actor, and it would be inappropriate for me to tell everybody here to watch Sweet Magnolias on Netflix. However, I am concerned, he's concerned, as many of the people in that business, about what AI can do to that whole profession.
Yeah, they're fucked.
But
Just say it. Hollywood's fucked.
there's this fear that at some point, that AI may become more intelligent than human beings, and then put us in a situation where we become obsolete. Do you have, as the chair of the Fed, the Federal Reserve, concerns about AI?
We missed that mark up here. There's a fake wick over here.
Thank you, Congressman.
Failed to get the tick higher.
This is the most exciting opportunity, but with it comes the kinds of risks and challenges that you highlight. We at the central bank need to look at these with a view towards what do they mean for our mandate? What does it mean for our expectations of inflation over the next couple of years and beyond? What's it mean for employment? You told us that's our job. And so we have to look at artificial intelligence and the surge of technology with open eyes about it. I must admit that part of these challenges, I see huge amounts of talent and thinking inside at the Federal Reserve, but I wanted to bring in some outsiders to share a view, so I've created a task force on productivity and jobs to help us think about that connection. We're not outsourcing anything. We're ultimately
Gentleman's time has expired.
We're ultimately going to make these decisions, but American ingenuity has found its
Thank you,
way
Mr.
into
Chairman.
artificial intelligence, and it's an exciting time, but one that we're not complacent about.
Appreciate
Thank you,
it.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the chair of our subcommittee on digital assets, Mr. Stile of Wisconsin.
This kind of answers the answer, too, as to why Jerome never really addressed this stuff. They're going to leave it to a new chair.
For being with us today. A year ago on Saturday, the Genius Act was signed into law. And with that, a series of deadlines for rules to be promulgated began, and the clock began to tick. You came into your job confirmed approximately 2 months ago. The deadline for the Fed to promulgate rules is this Saturday. Will the Fed meet that deadline?
Well, it's a fair and open question. I have been corrected. I've not been in the job 6 weeks, but 7. We're racing to put that out by this deadline. I'll just add one other thing, Congressman, without taking too much of your time. I think rulemakings.
There's that target down there if you want to see it.
When we have a family fight between and among us, so that there would be.
I don't think we get down there. It's just dragging.
Comment. It might not be exactly true this time, but that's my objective.
Just want you to be aware of it that it's down there.
In issuing our rulemakings at the same moment.
I appreciate that. I think from this body, I think there's a huge opportunity with stablecoin, in particular, to make sure that consumers are protected. That was one of the drivers of us passing that legislation. There's a lot of work to be done. You're new in your new role with the Fed, but we would like to be updated if, in fact, that deadline is not made. And then, in fact, when those rules will be promulgated, we're all anxiously awaiting. So appreciate your attention to that. Let me shift gears. There's been a lot of talk.
Well, they're fucking pussyfooting here, man. Like,
As you said, brings forward opportunity.
They're bringing up every other reason, but
one argument, of course, is the labor market could collapse. We heard that offered by a couple of our colleagues.
we're like one hot print away from like a major fucking
United States. We've actually seen standards of
like a major
Jevons paradox tells us that actually as technological
tightening cycle.
We have
So
opportunities.
I'm waiting to see if he at least today, if he does today at all, address.
How are you analyzing your role with full employment?
So we don't want to go into a hiking cycle. You only want to do the 1 or 2. That's it. You want to extend the bull market for like 2-3 years. You don't want to run into that like COVID noise.
We'll be more productive. There'll be more labor.
And they're pussyfooting around it right now, so we got to wait and watch. They're kind of sucking each other off and parading around right now.
This technology shock is likely more significant. This is probably the biggest change in my adult lifetime because it's not just the creation of a new widget. What it is, it's changing the method of innovation and the speed of innovation. And I can't think of a country on earth
watch out for a quick drop
to take advantage of it. So that's on the one hand, but on the other hand, it can lead to disruption. My own best guess is that the advent of the technology will be augmenting existing work, that employees that were there will be more productive. And ultimately, at the end of the day, I don't believe in the lump of labor fallacy. All the jobs that are there have already been created, and the technology will remove some.
I agree with this stuff.
Be disruptive in the near term, but it'll create a lot of other jobs. Just to give one example from history, and then I'll close. Who knew at the creation of the internet that the internet would create 1.5 million Uber and Lyft drivers? I certainly didn't. So I want to be very open-minded about the job producing elements of it, but we have a day job, and it's to deliver on price stability and full employment. I've asked this outside task force of a few incredible experts to think hard about it over various time horizons, and we'll...
He's discussing like the Jevons paradox basically right now.
To ensure stable prices and full employment as best we can.
I can't say that that's true.
Optimism, although there is downside risk, and I think one of the imperative aspects.
The Jevons paradox is
rules of the road right, so that the innovation development.
Goddamn, I haven't been to school in a fucking long goddamn time.
Sure. One of my big concerns is how the Biden administration looked at emerging technologies in the financial services space.
It's kind of like the idea that
offshore.
if we produce more, or no, if we make something more efficient, like AI is supposed to do, it would slow down the
came out today. How does that
use of resources? But in fact, it increases historically.
So it's one data point. The reason I
It's
created...
like, oh, we make a car more fuel efficient, you should drive less. And in fact, you drive more. It's like when you can drive with more miles per gallon, you begin to do more things.
That is not my view.
Cognizant of the time, appreciate you being here today, Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the ranking member of our Subcommittee on Financial Institutions, Dr. Foster from Illinois. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, congratulations, and I hope that you cherish the scars from surviving the financial crisis that we both suffered through 20 years ago. I entered Congress and the Financial Services Committee.
Let's watch this recheck testing of the half-hour, 1 hour trigger here.
They're about 2 meters from...
You get down and sniff it out. But they'll try to like sweep and take your stops. So wherever we can go down there, if you can grab it,
$700 billion
grab it.
Bailout. Watching the sweat drip down Hank Paulson's forehead. So I hope you don't have to go.
750 is about where I want to be.
You know, one of the Fed's most...
Right in here, kind of like right about here, 749.30 maybe. We're fairly close.
As you know, we're absolutely crucial in preventing the global financial crisis from becoming a global depression. And I think, to my mind, remains the major reason why the U.S. dollar is the world's indispensable reserve currency.
What did this guy just say?
By the way, the Chinese are trying to become increasingly competitive. And so the problem, of course, is that right now we have in the White House an occupant who sees his every power as a means of rewarding his friends and punishing his enemies, domestic and foreign. We saw that an example in the Argentine bailout, where he implemented swap lines.
It's payment for shit you couldn't get fucking done.
Stabilization fund.
Price.
Pretty much maxed it out. But
you couldn't unfuck yourself to fight. Well, I mean, you did, but you didn't do it.
$20 billion loan at well below
fuck out of here.
Or probably they couldn't get a loan from anyone at that point. And so the question that I have, that when you and the FOMC are operating those lines, particularly in times of crisis, do you see yourself as an agent of the president or as an independent actor?
Thank you, Congressman. I appreciate the question. The swap lines that we put in place in the 2008 financial crisis, like you, I think, played a remarkable benefit in trying to mitigate the risks for the U.S. economy. And it reinforced that the dollar is the dominant currency in the world. Now, my judgment as central bank chief is to let the dollar policy be discussed by the Treasury Secretary and leave that to him. But historically speaking, I think the swap lines played a major role. The dollar liquidity swap lines that the Fed has put in place are about the conduct of monetary policy. So those are independent, but I just want to distinguish one thing. The Treasury has separate authorities and can use the Exchange Stabilization Fund for swap lines that are unrelated to our powers and responsibilities.
Right. Yeah, but the Fed's the big dog in swap lines. I mean, you know, the ESF is, I think it's somewhere a little bit north of 20 billion, I think, is the most that they could deploy, which they did, you know, much, I'd have to say, not to the benefit of U.S. farmers.
This fucking guy already knows that he was a fucking a dove during 2008. He became hawkish, but
that was different, you know. So
This motherfucker already knows this shit.
there is a crisis and you get a call.
He's trying to
from
look
the
for a
president,
gotcha
"I've
moment.
got this friend that I want you to bail out or punish by politically allocating those swap lines. Is there an independence there that we have to protect as well?
So the independence in the conduct of monetary policy and everything that comes along with it is independent. But just to go back to the 2008 financial crisis, when all that happened, as you'll recall, the Treasury Secretary and the Fed Chairman, they often had to work in tandem. It's hard to distinguish in crisis times, separate from more benign times, exactly where those roles and responsibilities are. And when we put in those swap lines, when I was a governor at the Federal Reserve, I remember frequent discussions between the Treasury and the Federal Reserve. We have our independent authority, but I don't want to leave you with the impression that in 2008 or 9 we did that without a discussion with the Treasury.
Okay, well, I just...
This was when fucking Yellen said, at least we saved the housing market. Like 5 days later, that wasn't the case.
All of your focus on data, which
He literally said that shit.
And in particular, your need for better real-time data. You know, the question of whether we could have picked up the inflation earlier with more leading and real-time indicators, I think is a very valid point. And I applaud you for having your committees investigate that. But does this interest also go into real-time regulatory information as well, which I think is really going to be crucial in a world where there's 24/7 banking operations? Banks and financial institutions can get in trouble.
I'm going to speed this up a little bit, try to get past this bullshit.
Benefit for regulatory data on a faster time scale.
Absolutely. I've only been here for 7 weeks. The focus in those first 7 weeks, I must admit, is making sure that monetary policy gets back on track. But many of these lessons learned, like in data, how do we make real-time decisions, isn't just as monetary policymakers, it's as supervisors and regulators. The world, as the discussion about AI suggested, the world's moving fast, the world's accelerating, and the Fed has to move with that speed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the chairman of our subcommittee on national security, Mr. Davidson from Ohio, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. Chairman Warsh, thank you for your testimony today and frankly for leading at the Federal Reserve. You know, the Constitution gives Congress the responsibility for monetary policy, and since 1913, that's fallen to the Federal Reserve. And, you know, a lot of people say, well, what did we create when we created the Federal Reserve? And the fight over the shape of our monetary policies is as old as Alexander Hamilton versus Andrew Jackson. So I think a lot of my constituents wonder, what happened to the purchasing power of their dollar? So could you share with us what you consider to be the definition of sound money, and what's the state of that today?
The discussion we had in your office was a lot of economic history about the first and central bank of the United States. I'm gratified that this is our third central bank in the United States, and it's more than 100 years old, and hopefully we've learned some lessons. One of those lessons is ensuring that we are as focused, at least as focused on the real economy as we are the financial assets and what's happening on Wall Street. This committee had long committed to a 2% inflation target. That is our resolution. That's what I'm here to say and double down on. But as we discussed privately, I'll say publicly, my broader definition of price stability is a change in prices such that households and businesses don't have to worry about it, don't have to think about it. And the test today about whether inflation is too high is represented by this committee. Inflation is the dominant set of questions because it matters to households and businesses. I'd like the change in prices to be such that no one's talking about it. That was a definition from the Volcker era, and I dare say the Greenspan era. It should suggest to you that as I sit here today, this Fed will deliver price stability consistent with what we have been saying for several years, which is inflation shall be delivered at a level of 2%. That broader price stability objective is still one in the back of my mind, and
I can't do it.
Whether there's further reforms to be had.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying, because if you measure it by what people are talking about, they know that the affordability isn't there, they know the purchasing power isn't there, and whether you put it in number like 2% or whatever, you look at, for the long run, it's been significantly higher than 2%, but it seems like one of the biggest roles of the Fed is to prevent deflation. And if you're going to have a number where the mean is 2%, and you've got a long period of time where you've had it well above 2%, you'd have to have some significant periods of time.
He's asking if it's actually 3 to 4 that they're looking for.
My constituents are counting on us to get this right. It truly is one of the most consequential things for our country. Sound money is truly essential to defending freedom. So I think the stakes are really high. You know, one of the things that we look at is the connection to the way that the market functions. The Federal Reserve covers massive fiscal deficits, and they certainly do that when they're the purchaser of treasuries. They load up their own balance sheet. In some ways, you don't get a price signal. What's the real 10-year? What's the real 30-year? Well, when the buyer is the Federal Reserve, you don't know whether they're creating a higher rate or preventing a higher rate from happening because it distorts the market. And we also talked about in this regulatory role, there's a sort of bridge between the Federal Reserve as a regulator and a monetary policy role. So I wonder, when we think about what we created with this version of the Federal Reserve, do you consider the Federal Reserve subject to executive authority? I mean, when there are executive orders that are issued, let's say just relating to the regulatory side, not monetary. I get some of the concerns on steering monetary policy. Presidents have always had an opinion on that. Well, if you put out a regulatory framework and the executive order relates to the regulatory structure of the Federal Reserve, is the Federal Reserve subject to executive orders?
So it's a good question. Let me say a word, if I can, in 53 seconds about that, and go back, if I can, to say something about what you were talking about in setting prices rather than taking prices. First, as you know, I'm prepared to do everything I can to ensure the independent conduct of monetary policy. You can hear from all sorts of people, but we're going to call it the best we see it. On regulatory and supervisory policy, I do think it works best when the bank regulators, who you've all given authority to, when we can work in concert. I tend to not like it when there's a regulatory arbitrage, if an institution's trying to choose between whether to be regulated by the OCC, the FDIC, or the Fed. So I'm encouraged to have a robust discussion with my colleagues at other bank regulators about what we think is the right public policy. But if we think that the right public policy is different than theirs, we'll put it out for comment and notice, perhaps even as early as Saturday.
Gentleman's time is
Thank you. My time has expired, and I yield back.
Chair recognizes the ranking member of our subcommittee on national security, Ms. Beatty, also of Ohio, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, and to you, Chairman Warsh. Thank you for being here today. And let me first start out by thanking you for reaching out to have a dialogue with me, and I look forward to making that happen. Also, I certainly appreciate your response, particularly to Congressman Meeks and Congressman Foster, on you holding firm on independence and that you would protect the data and the law. That goes a long way with me. I want to start with a question about the housing market. As you're aware, the Federal Reserve monetary policy heavily influences the United States housing market through setting of benchmark interest rates that directly dictate the mortgage rates and housing affordability. Many homeowners were able to access mortgages at historically low interest rates during the pandemic, but rates have more than doubled since then, and I'm concerned about the impact this is having on first-time home buyers.
One quick second here, guys.
In particular, who are also facing high home rates and insurance policies. Homeowners are exiting pandemic-related forbearances and also are struggling to enter into affordable repayment plans due to the high interest rates, which in many cases could push them into foreclosures. Now, I understand that the Fed can't increase housing supply or prevent foreclosures directly, but I'm interested to hear your thoughts on the impact of rate hikes on the housing market, especially for those more vulnerable homebuyers. And certainly, you know, we have a new amazing housing bill, the 21st century. I have to get that plug in, that I have 6 bills in that. So now I yield to you.
Thank you, Congressman. We stay out of housing policy, and as the debate that's been had in this room suggests, you all have a lot to say about what housing policy is going to be, but I don't want to suggest that we don't touch it. We don't target housing, we don't target any particular sector, but the decisions we make have a big effect on housing. Yes. And housing plays a huge role in most households' family budgets, in their savings. So we recognize the importance of it.
And rate hikes. correct?
Absolutely. As I said in my opening statement, I think broadly about the conduct of policy today. I sounded quite optimistic about what was happening in manufacturing, what was happening in output. But you heard me say a somewhat more cautious note about housing. And I think that's in part because monetary policy, when rates were cut to extremely low levels, provided what was thought of as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get the first house. I would prefer a set of monetary policies that are not boom and bust, that don't just make one generation more fortunate about being able to afford their first home than the next. So what we can do in monetary policy is try to be clear about our objectives, deliver price stability in the context of full employment, and not react overtly to any data that happens one day or the next.
But
we
you'll
have an
be
effect
sensitive.
on long-term rates, and we take it very seriously.
And you'll be sensitive to the issues that I'm bringing up. Okay, in my last minute, let me now turn to fraud and scams, which is one of the top concerns that we've been dealing with lately in this committee and my subcommittee. As you know, payment frauds, including scams, often involve multiple institution and payment methods, and no single agency or entity can solve it alone. What specific role do you believe the Fed Reserve should play in helping build a more coordinated cross-sector approach to frauds and scams?
Yeah, so it's another fair one. The Financial Stability Oversight Council, which the Fed is a key member of, fraud is on that agenda. That committee is run by the Treasury Secretary under the law, but the Fed has equities there, and the Fed needs to ensure that, especially with this new generation of technologies, that the American people don't lose confidence in our payment system, don't lose confidence in the banking sector that we regulate. So we do have an important role to play there as well.
I'm gonna interrupt only because I have a few seconds later. I'm glad you mentioned this new generation. I've received feedback that better information sharing between financial institutions and online platforms is key. Do you agree?
Absolutely. Real-time information between lender and borrower is a way to make credit more available to more hardworking Americans.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Hill, and thanks to Ranking Member Waters for holding the important hearing, and Chair Warsh, thank you for being here with us today. Chairman Warsh, prices for agricultural inputs have, after experiencing a spike during the Biden inflation that began in 2021, have remained stubbornly high. Needless to say, families are also in my district were themselves hit by the rise in food prices that began under Biden and your predecessor in 2021. And grocery prices remain persistently high. This strains household budgets and makes it harder for people in my district to put food on the table while also paying for all of life's other necessities that are also more expensive following that inflationary period. We saw in the 1980s how hard it is to deal with persistent inflated prices and the difficult decisions it can place on the Fed to get and keep them under control. Can you please tell us what is the Fed doing and what do you intend to do to ensure that a resurgence of inflation does not materialize?
So that's job number one. We cannot, I don't want to overstate, we cannot have a direct, immediate effect on short-term particular prices at the grocery store and agricultural goods. But the job you gave us, and the job we are resolute about accomplishing, is
Might be
to
a
make
girl,
sure
right?
that any short-term changes in
Milk.
particular prices don't
Oh,
broaden
it's
out,
Prawn Star.
don't change
I knew
to a
Prawn. I think I knew who Prawn
in the
Star
price
is.
level. Unfortunately, that's what's happened for the last 63 months, and those
What's up,
days
Prawn
are
Star?
a thing of the past. I'll make one
Thanks for
other
following.
good economics, going back a couple of generations, talks about sticky prices. And the longer that prices have been above the inflation target, it's usually a bit harder to dislodge them and get them lower. Our job, my commitment to you,
It's all right, Red. It's all right, Red Beast. I might throw up on the show at some point, so just bear with me.
I agree
I
wholeheartedly.
just went and blew out my ass
Thank you
a few minutes ago.
The Fed made some interesting judgment calls during the
Like
last
blowing up my ass in my throat right now.
supervision and regulation decisions. Whether it was the war on digital assets, the crusade to make the Fed a climate regulator, or the use of reputation risk to debank disfavored firms and individuals, the Fed allowed
We
itself
fucking held, or at least in cash market, we held
actors pursuing goals
747, 10, baby.
as authorized. The Fed needs to stay in the lane that Congress has handed it and not veer off course whenever political winds shift. When the Fed does the latter, it undermines its standing in the eyes of Congress and the American people. Chairman, will you commit to
Let's delete this here just so we can see it.
truly sticking to its lane? And if so, how do you plan to do it?
See what these flows are between 12 and 12:30.
Make that very commitment. Our credibility in monetary policy, our credibility as supervisors, our credibility in payments, these are all tied together. And the way we erode that credibility are two things. We wander outside of our lane into your lane, or
You know that
the lane of another
we'll talk about the inflation here in a minute, but
deliver on our promises. The first thing we can do is to deliver on our promises, and the second thing is, as you said more eloquently than I,
the 6 month is not coming down like it's supposed to. Just so you know, I got a whole bunch of shit to show you guys.
G7 and the administration have issued statements or executive orders on quantum computing, encouraging financial authorities and U.S. federal agencies to step up
They keep fucking pussyfooting around right now, and
quantum computing
I can't tell if this is intentional.
With just a few years until experts warned that quantum computers could break widely used encryption algorithms, what is the Fed doing to address this future risk?
yeah, so like you
We're making a deal with the devil right now. I'm down with it. I would prefer to get the two hikes.
quantum computing was
The data just does not support any of this bullshit, even today's print. But
because like in artificial intelligence,
I mean, I'll run it up if they want to. If they want to do COVID again, I'm down.
but like with AI, there's risks.
I would say if there's any takeaway from today, we'll talk about this more later. But
Vulnerabilities as an institution.
so let's get through this. Listen to this fucking guy talking, but Warsh talking, but
Technologies that are now at the frontier or might be with quantum in a few years, and try to pressure us to do harm to the perception of the U.S. or the Federal Reserve and the system. So we need to harden our technologies. We've got an enormous amount of talent at the Fed. But the world's moving faster, and we've got to move fast with it.
Thank you, Chairman Warsh. I see my time is about to expire, so, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes.
there's absolutely no fucking no panic here, which is blowing my fucking mind right now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank the ranking member. Of course, I want to thank you, of course. Marcia, I appreciate, like everybody.
Nobody gives zero fucks about you if you're poor. From what I can see so far, nobody gives zero fucks about you being poor. Literally. And it's not just Warsh. This is from the Senate.
Our economy is successful. I think the American people benefit. So I'm one of the ones cheering for you.
There should be fucking panic right now, and there isn't.
Now, I have to say, though, I'm glad we're not litigating the past, though it seems that a lot of my colleagues like to. They talk about.
And I showed you that chart earlier, that blue line, right? That shit doesn't mean dick next report, next one after that.
But I would remind them that they.
And then they try to print this this year-over-year inflation print of 3.2 today or something like that. I was like, oh, that's bullshit too.
Amnesia there. They remember some things well, but.
And you know that they can come back and revise all this stuff. So.
Maybe not. I studied to be a Catholic priest for a long time. I was a Jesuit.
I had a friend when I was in college. He was not since college. I was friends with him growing up, and then in college he started smoking crack.
And they would do it as an experiment to test you and to do different things. I remember.
That's what this reminds me of.
He was
like the stories that they tell. Like, and you like. He was a childhood friend that I couldn't choose as a friend, family friend, all that kind of stuff.
Santa Barbara area.
So I've known him over the years. I haven't spoken to him in years now, but
and he would
involve himself in my life, whenever he could to try to scam me or whatever. And
I started listening to him, and I actually learned a whole lot from him. I understand.
I think I've talked about him on the show in the past, but that's what all of this sounds like to me. The shit that he would say to me is what this sounds like.
And yeah, they look pretty in their uniforms.
Now we got to trade the reality, of course, but it raises all kinds of questions. It raises questions of like,
in ordinary times, it's easy.
An actual true hiking cycle if we don't hike, or the Warsh needs to say that he needs to lay out the case either today or tomorrow about, hey, we might have 2 more cuts. It's not a hiking cycle. He has to say that. If he doesn't, it changes the dynamics of the market. So we're going to talk about that later, but we want to give these guys a chance to lay out whatever they need to fucking lay out or whatever the plan
There you
is.
had, the government working, Fed chair and the Secretary Treasurer. You had to because.
Any of you don't think I'm sick or whatever? I've had two questions.
I don't wish any of
Here,
that
I don't know if I
on
can
you.
what I can show or can't show here.
The truth is that you could get that. You could get an
I've got a
collapse.
prescription here, but
Magnificent Seven have really driven the market tremendously, and sure.
I've had all kinds of questions. I'm just like scratching my head.
Successful. But if it's not, then I hope that you also have the flexibility to figure things out. I mean, my colleagues love to talk about, what Chairman Powell did. They seem to forget that there was a pandemic and that we could have been slipping into a depression if we hadn't done some of the things. They seem to forget, too, the person who closed down the government was actually in the economy was actually President Trump.
I'm fucking blown away that these guys are talking about this right now, and that's exactly where the fuck we are right now again. Like, and no one's saying anything about it. We're literally right on the fucking cusp of it right now.
But I do want to ask you about that. What happened?
And they can fucking massage numbers all they want.
How will you react? Will you react in a way that's flexible, or will you react in a way that almost seems today almost robotic?
Well, I appreciate it. I take that as a blessing that my 4 years will be ones of calm and peace.
There's some other weird shit too.
Full employment. So I take
let me wait here for a minute.
the way it was granted. But we have to be prepared for shocks that are unanticipated. We have to be open-minded to things that might happen. So while it might not be common for the economics profession, we have to show a lot of imagination. My general view, again, coming out of the 08 crisis, is we need to think ex ante about what we might do when the shocks happen. And it'd be okay to share with the world how we're buying insurance, how we're trying to protect the resiliency of the Fed system.
This is the key right here, right where we are. This is the key inflection point.
Times aren't always perfect to be strong and resilient and competitive. And in the conduct
If you're
of
bullish, this is the place for you.
we want to anchor stable prices, deliver full employment, so if and when the shock happens, we have rebuilt the credibility that may have been somewhat lost in 63 months of higher prices. I am not relitigating the past. I know my colleagues have been trying to deliver on stable prices and full employment for a long time.
My time is up. The only
and I
thing I'd
intend to
say
do so too.
They were honorable people, and I think they did the.
Dude, I would fucking eat this guy up in person. I would. Not that guy. I would eat up Warsh. No one's willing to ask the right questions here. And they know too. Everybody knows. So they're all fucking playing kabuki theater right now.
Chairman, and also, Chairman, congratulations to you. America's banking system is the engine of prosperity in this country, and it plays a critical role in creating.
Now, I'm not a bear here, just so you know. Like, I'm a bull, but I want the bull market to last as long as possible.
Larger institutions that support our capital markets. Access to credit is essential for families, entrepreneurs, and job creators. And as a businessman who has owned and operated a small business for 57 years, I know firsthand how important it is to have a banking system that is both safe and accessible. And the American public and the American people expect a chance to pursue their American dream, and access to affordable credit is.
I'm going to leave this one up here just so we can see in case
we saw a proposal
I try to flush it.
that threaten that dream by making credit more expensive and harder to obtain. So
I don't think we're going down there, but just wanted to be here just in case we do for you.
Supervisory role can promote a safe and sound banking system while ensuring businesses and families continue to have access to the credit they need to pursue the American dream.
It's a great question, Congressman. I'd say two broad things. One is we need a highly competitive, diversified banking system. This is the secret, one of the unheralded secrets of the U.S. economy. Our banking system is larger. The number of institutions of various sizes serve different constituencies. I think part of the reason why the U.S. has grown faster than our G7 and G20 colleagues is because the banking system here is fundamentally different. Secondly, what I would say about how we do that is we need to have tailored regulation that befits the kind of institution and the customers that they're treating. One size does not fit all. And finally, I'd say I am all for international coordination of banking standards. It is a useful effort so that we meet in Basel to try to come to some international standards. But the Basel endgame is not America's endgame. That is not the Federal Reserve's endgame. Our endgame is ensuring that we have the right rules that befits our economy so that we have a safe, sound, and competitive banking system. And anything we agree on with international counterparts have to be in service of the American economy.
Thank you. And as businesses depend on clear, consistent rules, when Congress passes a law, it reflects the will of the American people. And agencies like the Federal Reserve have a responsibility to faithfully carry out those laws, and regulatory certainty gives businesses like mine the confidence to invest, hire, and grow. So question would be, can you tell us how you intend to guide the Federal Reserve, and will you commit to ensuring the Fed carries out the laws of Congress that Congress passes without expanding beyond its statutory authority?
Yeah, I can make that commitment to you, Congressman, because that's how we keep politics out. That's how we stay independent in the conduct of monetary policy. The Federal Reserve is not a repair shop for broken statutes, or we aren't empowered to go wander into areas outside of our remit. We've got a big and important job, I understand it, but it's bounded, and we have to stay inside of those bounds.
My last question real quick, Chairman. One lesson I've learned in business is that your word matters, and when you make a commitment, people expect you to follow through, and consumers' trust is earned by doing what they say you are going to do. So the Federal Open Market Committee has made a commitment to the American people to restore price stability. Families and small businesses across the country are trying to plan for the future, and they're counting on the Federal Reserve to deliver. So, Mr. Chairman, in the short time we have, what is your strategy for restoring price stability, and what confidence can you give the American people that the Federal Reserve will achieve its price stability target?
So I can give you the commitment that we will deliver price stability. I was comforted at my very first meeting about—
There's no bid on us trading higher than 754 today, just a note to you.
Tolerate higher prices. There was a commitment that was unambiguous and unanimous that we're going to deliver. So the next question is, how are we going to deliver it? First is, I would say, make it very clear to you and the American people and to U.S. businesses that that is not a commitment we're going to walk away from, and we're not finding acceptable the higher inflation that has endured in this country for more than 5 years. The second thing that we're going to do is take responsibility. As I mentioned to one of your colleagues before, in our view, in my view, there is no anguish in central banking. This isn't saying, oh, I wish this or that were to happen. You gave us a lot of the tools to deliver on that commitment. We intend to do it. And the third and final thing I'll say is we have the tools to do it. We have a printing press, we have a balance sheet and interest rates. They have both provided significant accommodation and restrictiveness during different parts of the business cycle. And over the coming period, I'm going to ask our colleagues and have a good family fight about the extent and timing in which we would need to deploy those to deliver on the promise.
Appreciate your leadership. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Warsh, congratulations again, and
Let's speed this up.
to our country. Thank you. You stated that the use of AI technologies is, quote, a paradigm shift, and that the United States would be, quote, a
That's not too far behind.
in the medium term. How has the use of AI impacted your view and the future of the global economy, and how is the Fed reacting? How should it react, and especially vis-a-vis China and our other competitors?
So I don't view the U.S. economy as in a zero-sum game. I don't think that weakness abroad is good for the U.S. But what I do mean to say is, if there was one thing that—
This is the first weekly down here, 726.
Productivity. Productivity gives companies the ability to invest in new capital. Workers then have that new capital and can deliver and ultimately have higher real take-home wages. This is a supply shock in the United States. I have to admit it's happening faster than I would have projected 18 months or 2 years ago. We're seeing this technology and the capability of these models grow at exponential rates. Something like a hyper Moore's Law is happening. I don't want to suggest that we know exactly how this is going to shake out, but the U.S. is best positioned to be a winner. But again, as I may have mentioned earlier, you gave us a job to deliver stable prices and full employment. What are the consequences? What are the implications of this positive technology shock to that? I've taken 3 experts, I've asked them to deliver their views to us over the coming 3 to 6 months. And then internally at the Fed, we're going to do a lot of work. I'm confident that at the end of the day, the U.S. is a winner. But it's not going to be a linear path, and I'm open-minded to challenges both to the full employment and price stability part of our mandate.
Right, because as part of that, I assume the workforce employment is going to be, what should our goals be? Should they shift? I assume those are the kind of questions you all are debating?
Yeah, we're debating just those questions, Congressman, and if I were to look over the last few months, it looks to me as though this technology hasn't displaced workers at this point. It's made them a bit more productive. And I say a bit because I think the productivity is in front of us. But a year or two from now, will these intelligence tokens be adding to the workforce or causing the workforce to temporarily be disrupted? That's something that we're very focused on as we think about what the economy looks like 12 and 18 months from now.
Thank you. We're seeing an unprecedented number of children using apps on their phones like prediction markets or sports books to gamble. Research is showing especially young people are very active in the past year. 11 to 17 have gambled.
Watch out for a dump.
36% of them. What is your view regarding possible insider trading on these markets? Are you thinking about that? Do you think we should be doing more to protect our children on these betting apps? Have you thought about that at all?
Well, I've thought about it in two respects. First, when I was sort of a junior in junior high school and high school, I was the nerdiest kid probably in this room, so I wasn't wandering into those.
That's saying a lot. You should meet the chairman. Yeah. Go ahead.
But generally, the questions about the use of kids and smartphones and whether insider trading is happening and the rest, that is almost entirely outside of the Fed's jurisdiction. So I'll defer to other people around, both in the Congress and the executive branch, to take those on. I don't really have much more for you.
Let's pivot to something else. Modernizing and expanding certain aspects of the federal deposit insurance remains an important priority for me. Will help ensure that small businesses remain stable and mainstream is able to thrive. What are your thoughts on mandated federal deposit insurance standards across the board for all banks? Should there be specific asset thresholds, a tiered system? Is there a middle ground in this debate?
Yeah, so we're going to
We've been talking about this shit for years.
weigh in on what we think the right deposit insurance caps are, but I don't want to walk away from the question entirely. The FDIC insurance caps should be binding. That is, we need to have a supervisory and regulatory system.
Does this change so far?
Myself or the Treasury Secretary don't have to, in unusual and exigent circumstances, provide backstops for everybody, including depositors. So the way I think about it is deposit insurance reform and proper deposit caps should be of a piece with strong reform-oriented supervision and regulation. So the law that you decide should be the right caps for individual deposits. That should be the case both in good times and bad.
Last question. Do you think that people in...
That's a change from positioning. Jerome did comment on this, said that he needed to be higher. He refused to give a number, but he said they're outdated.
Dream, and I know that mortgage...
They're outdated by decades and decades and decades. FDIC insurance.
Thank you. I yield back. Thank you. Congratulations again.
Thank you, Congressman.
And he's a little bit more hawkish in tone, saying they should remain the same no matter what happens in crisis.
As I call on the gentleman from South Carolina, just offer.
Or maybe he's pushing for new insurance coverage.
On the loss of Senator Graham. And with that, the chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Chairman Warsh, for appearing before the committee today. The Federal Reserve has an important responsibility to carry out the mission Congress assigned to it. Maintaining public confidence depends not only on sound economic policy, but also on staying within the statutory mandate. In recent years, many Americans question whether the Federal Reserve moved beyond that mission through actions involving climate-related financial regulation, digital assets, and reputational risk. I appreciate the steps that have been taken to refocus the institution on its core responsibilities. Looking ahead, it is important to ensure the Federal Reserve remains focused on the responsibilities Congress has given it. Chairman Warsh, what steps will you take to ensure that the Federal Reserve remains faithful to its statutory mandate and develops institutional guardrails that prevent future departures into area beyond the authority Congress has delegated?
So this is no time to wander, Congressman. The job you gave us that's clearly in the four walls of our authority in monetary policy and payments and supervision and regulation, we're early in a reform agenda. All of our assets, all of our resources, the remarkable talent of my colleagues need to be focused there. Good intentions are not enough, and it is not the culture of the Fed or the best of the Fed's traditions to wander into areas that are not our responsibility. And when we do, we sacrifice the credibility we need to accomplish our core tasks.
Thank you for that. More broadly, the issue of mission creep has challenged many federal agencies over time, and the Federal Reserve has not been immune. Following the financial crisis of 2008, the Federal Reserve assumed an increasingly expansive role through extraordinary monetary interventions. More recently, the institution became involved in matters such as climate-related financial supervision, digital asset regulation, and the application of reputational risk in bank supervision, leading many to question whether these activities extended beyond the responsibilities Congress intended the Federal Reserve to perform. Mission creep carries meaningful institutional cost. It diverts resources from core responsibilities, exposes agency actions to legal uncertainty, and risks undermining the Federal Reserve's credibility as an independent institution that derives its authority from Congress rather than from evolving policy preferences. A central bank is strongest when it exercises the authority Congress has granted with discipline and restraint. So, Chairman Warsh, as chairman, what principles will guide your efforts to ensure that the Federal Reserve remains focused on its statutory responsibilities and resists institutional pressures to expand beyond the role Congress has assigned?
The most important thing at the Federal Reserve, as I mentioned before, is not the printing press, it's our culture. And the best of the Fed's traditions tell us what our culture should be: accountability, responsibility, and performance. By reiterating that, by reminding all of our colleagues that that's what drives us, I've started to do it in my first 7 weeks, but it's resonating. I hear it back in the hallways. I hear it at the cafeteria. And so at some level, people might think of this job as getting the answer right, well to the right of the decimal point, and occasionally we do have to wander there. In order to deliver on what you've asked us to do, I've always thought that most of this job is the left of the decimal point. We're going to get the culture right, we're going to get the strategy right, we're going to get policy right, and we're going to get the organization right. And if we can do those big things, getting the right answer to the right of the decimal point, I think, will be a lot easier.
Thank you for that. I would also like to discuss inflation, because maintaining price stability remains one of the Federal Reserve's most important responsibilities. American families have experienced the highest inflation in more than 4 decades. Rising prices reduce purchasing power and place real restraint on household budgets. While inflation has come down from its peak, recent data suggests that inflationary pressures remain and price stability has not yet been fully restored. The people I represent should not have to endure another sustained period of elevated inflation. Stable prices are fundamental to long-term economic growth, household financial security, and confidence in our monetary system. Chairman Warsh, what is your assessment of the current inflation outlook, and what policies will the Federal Reserve pursue to ensure that restoring and maintaining price stability remains
Have your finger on the trigger.
monetary policy objective?
First, I agree, Congressman, with your diagnosis. For too long, American households and businesses have suffered the undue hardship of high inflation. This Fed will deliver price stability. This Fed has the power to do it. We have the tools to do it. What I would also say is I'm not in the business of trying to prejudge what the committee that I'm honored to lead decides. I think we need to have a continued good family fights on this subject. That'll start again in a couple of weeks. And when we have news for you about exactly the methods of solving this problem, we'll be very clear about what they are, and so will the American people, to deliver price stability.
That's fucking baller. That means no hikes, no hikes, no hikes, and that they'll discuss hikes in the future at the next CPI print. That's what it implies right now.
Congratulations.
Not even on their palette.
I represent the Massachusetts 7th.
That's mind blowing. I heard him say it this morning, but
dynamic district, and also one that is deeply unequal. In fact, in a 3-mile radius from
this is Run It Hot.
your alma mater to Roxbury, a historically black, vibrant community in my district. That being said, median household income drops by $50,000 and life expectancy by 30 years. That's just in a
Just gonna check the U.S. 10-year.
and those inequities are not
I
natural.
already looked at it this morning, but I want to see what it's saying now. The long end.
Man-made. They're the result of
I want to check
intentional
20
and
to 30.
deliberate
Yeah,
government
that fucking
action. So I'm here.
10 years humping right now to the upside. They're saying 10-year can, the long end can still deal with this. Sure, it looks okay, but
Government works for all people. And I know
It
we're
has to do
just
with the
getting to
print.
know one another, but I hope I can count on your partnership in that mission, Mr. Chair. I'm going to begin with what should be an easy yes or no question. Are you committed to fulfilling the maximum employment requirement of the Federal Reserve's statutory mandate?
Congressman, absolutely. We have no disfavored part of the job that you gave us. Price stability and maximum employment are not an either-or proposition. I'm committed to both of them.
Well, that was my next question, if you viewed this mandate as equally important as the price stability mandate. Now, since Trump took office, hundreds of thousands of people have been pushed out of the federal workforce. The current unemployment rate is 4.2%, which is higher than when Biden left office. And if you look deeper into the data, Black unemployment writ large is at 6.6%. Now, the Federal Reserve
I thought she would have brought up PCE, but she's not.
have continued to have higher unemployment
No one's talking about electricity.
wages.
No one's talking about data center build-outs, who's paying for them,
Is a problem. Now, it's a problem for Black workers.
which is fine. I get why.
But it's really, it's a problem for everyone. It's a problem for workers like Teresa in my district, who despite being educated, qualified, and good at her job, was let go from her public health position due to government funding cuts. And with the state of HHS, our country needs to employ all of the public health experts that we can find. But this is also a problem for our national economy and financial stability. Let me illustrate what I mean. According to one report,
It just either shows incompetence or playing ball. It's not anything, or it's not. It's more telling than anything.
economists estimate that 2% of Black women being fired has led to $37 billion being lost in GDP spending. So when that money is lost, it impacts everyone. It impacts our small businesses that spur local economies and workforces. So the point is, when Black workers lose, everyone loses. So Chair Walsh, given the persistent racial disparities in unemployment, will you, as Federal Reserve Chair, commit to confronting these workforce challenges that Black workers are forced to endure?
So, Congresswoman, I'll say this, which is the U.S. can ill afford to leave any individuals behind. The economic opportunity, which is essential for America's growth trajectory over the next 5 and 10 years, means that every American needs
Coming in at 12:30 close.
to be productive. And I believe, unlike some in the economics profession, that productivity-led economic growth is a good thing, not a bad thing.
This all looks good here.
At the Fed, we can be supportive of opportunities for economic growth.
And I want to say,
There it is right there. There it is right here.
of this magnitude, there are 700,000 unemployed Black women right now. If a problem
All matches up.
happening to any other group, we would do the analysis and we would have a plan. So I'm going to ask of you what I asked of your predecessor, for you to come and brief the Congressional Black Caucus on your strategies and efforts specifically to the Black worker, given the disparate impact. You know, you've talked about your refusal to tolerate a persistent high inflation. I need the same rigor, the same vigor, and the same commitment when it comes to the Black worker. It's already a part of your mandate.
So American workers, no matter their backgrounds, have my commitment to do what we can at the Federal Reserve to make sure they have all the opportunities in front of them, regardless of any characteristic.
Well, Mr. Chair, experts believe we need targeted structural efforts to address unemployment disparities. So I'm asking
Gentlewoman's
for
time has
focus.
expired, and
Okay.
invite the chairman to answer your question in writing, and thank you. Chair recognizes the chair of our Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations, Mr. Muser of Pennsylvania. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We also appreciate very much yours and Vice Chair Bowman's work on fraud and scams. We have a report coming out next week from my subcommittee, which we'll be looking forward to sharing with you. As you know, CPI came out this morning. Well, underestimate, we could say. For all intents and purposes, the underlying economy is strong. The small businesses, community banks I speak to throughout, for the most part, throughout Pennsylvania, report steady demand and positive business outlooks. As well, the businesses are profitable. Tax revenues for the federal government are up 6.9% in 2026, which is phenomenal. In Pennsylvania, by the way, they're up 2.4% this last fiscal year, and they're glowing about that, raving about that. So federal revenues are way up, which shows businesses, again, are profitable. Many of us in this committee have made the case for...
No, they're not. They're down. This fucking guy is lying. I got that data here too.
Supply side growth and low...
This guy's out of his fucking mind.
...conflict. They are, in fact, very often complementary. As lower interest rates encourage more cap investment, they can put downward pressure on inflation simply by using the well-known equation: when supply exceeds demand, prices go down. I'm glad you appreciate that very much. So, Mr. Chairman Warsh, you've created these task forces, which we're all pleased to see, I think. And will you express how these task forces will help achieve the Fed's goal of 2% inflation?
They just took they just took an 82 fucking $1 billion hit to the tax income, the money coming in.
An attempt to go back to first principles.
Because of tariffs.
Ask whether the way the Fed...
This guy's fucking lying his ass off right now.
Generation, the way we've gathered data, the way our models make forecasts about what's going to happen next, our understanding of changes in productivity and changes in the supply side. These are all big fundamental questions, and I think we are better equipped to make smarter decisions on policy so that we can deliver price stability and full employment if we get the benefit of some outside views. Again, we're going to then decide what to do with them. We're going to make the decisions. We're not going to outsource them. But if there was ever a reason after a long period of inflation that was too high to go back to first principles, this is it. And like you, while I reviewed the data that came out this morning on CPI, and it was positive relative to expectations, I'm not for cherry picking. I'm not going to show up here and say mission accomplished. And what I'd say is there's plenty of work to do, and I would feel more confident if we had better data to inform our decision-making. We have a task force that's going to be focused on doing just that.
And I know you're also going to utilize the balance sheet process as well. You've critiqued the QE planning or activities for a while. You've stated you plan to reduce the Fed's balance sheet. How do you plan to do that, and what role does the private sector play?
On the balance sheet, again, I don't want to prejudge the conclusions of the task force, and I can't speak for 18 of my other colleagues. But as a first approximation, I'll say now what I've been thinking for years. In normal times, the Federal Reserve should be...
And tax breaks, too.
...not a price maker.
We have tax breaks and the tariffs are refunded.
...for a 10-year treasury between a willing buyer and willing seller. We shouldn't have our thumb generally on the scale. Now, when it comes to a crisis, I don't want to suggest that we're going to be able to sit on the sidelines. I would hope we could, but I can't say that for sure. The Fed balance sheet, both its size and duration, are worthy of a very worthwhile review. I'm inclined to think that there are better regimes we can go to, but we're not going to do it without due consultation with the markets and with members of this committee.
Great, and certainly the reserve requirements of banks and all may put this in the hands more so of the private sector, as I think you believe. Chairman Greenspan in the 90s recognized that a productivity boom from computers and the internet was putting a downward pressure on inflation, and he cut rates based on that data, ahead of the data. Does AI present that same kind of opportunity today?
If you've seen one productivity boom, you've seen one productivity boom.
Okay.
I take very seriously the productivity booms that we've had. And generally, if you look at the surge in productivity in the post-war era in the United States, we tend to move from a relatively low productivity realm environment where productivity grows about 1.5% a year. And then for a...
So he's talking about that we're not deep into the bubble yet.
I think this could be that opportunity, but I can't say it for certain as of yet.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, for 5 minutes.
Making the argument that bubble persists.
Nice to see you here. Welcome. I want to start with just a purely academic question for you, just on economic theory, but with some context. You talked to Dr. Foster about your experience in the 2008 downturn. I was not here in 2008, but I remember in 2020 when former Chair Bernanke came in as someone who had some experience steering through a crisis. I remember that we had this meeting in March of 2020 saying, we've never seen unemployment spike this quickly since the Great Depression. We've never seen GDP collapse this quickly since the Great Depression. And here's someone who steered the economy through an $800 billion bailout, which at the time seemed like a big number. I mention that, number one, because I hope you don't find yourself in the future being asked to address Congress based on your own expertise steering through, through a crisis, although certainly Chair Powell got his chance there as well. But the difference in the way that we responded to COVID and the way we responded to 2008 was a much heavier fiscal stimulus, whereas the 2008 crisis was, largely QE and monetary, as big as $800 billion was.
Oh, fuck no. 2008 was way worse.
A ton faster, not only faster.
This guy's lying too.
But faster than all of our peers. And should we find ourselves in another crisis, what do you just...
Jesus Christ, I'm not even a bear.
How do you think about the right shaping of fiscal and monetary policy? Obviously, you only have purview over one of those, but your voice is going to matter.
As I said in an analogy to one of your colleagues, I'll say it here. If you've seen one financial crisis, you've seen one financial crisis. So I'm careful about extrapolating. More generally, I would say the response to the 2020 pandemic had some very similar areas with respect to monetary policy. That is, the central bankers in 2020 took some of the toolkit that we innovated on in 2008 or 2009.
Watch out for a squeeze.
Overwhelming liquidity. That's in our remit in crises, not in more normal times. My judgment in 2008, judgment in 2020, and if we were to have a crisis when you and I are in these roles, I would be describing to you what the central bank can do. I would also try to describe to you the limits of our authority, such that you have the opportunity to make whatever decisions you think are right. But I'm going to make a promise to you now that I would hope to hold to then, which is the fiscal policy response is going to be the decision of you and the administration. We're going to do our very best to steer clear of that.
Well, and I appreciate that, and I think none of us want to go there again, but we also want to make sure that, monetary policy can target some sectors of our economy, not the others. We need to work together. On a similar subject, I want to pivot, and I was spinning through, and I love these reports all the time. Send them it's always good reading. I want to talk specifically about Figure 1 and Figure 43. Figure 1 shows U.S. CPI over the last decade or so. Figure 43 shows global CPI trends. And what's very clear is that U.S. inflation picks up immediately after Liberation Day on account of the tariffs. Global inflation picks up after the Iran war. You can see the spike. So, we had inflation generally coming down after 2020, starts picking up on account of tariff policy, and then starts picking up again.
False.
Of foreign policy in the United States. And you can just see in those charts what was domestic.
False. This guy's refusing to look at PCE.
How effective is monetary policy when it's fighting with fiscal policy or foreign policy or economic policy? Because I don't really understand the theory of the case that interest rates undo tariffs or that interest rates undo high oil prices, or for that matter, QE or the other things. So, how concerned should we be about monetary policy that's got a different set of goals than the outcomes of fiscal policy right now?
So generally, Congressman, I'd say a couple things. First, we are takers of the fiscal policy decisions that you and your colleagues make. We will take that into account. I'm not suggesting that we act in isolation. What I am
to be clear, we didn't vote on tariffs or the Iran war.
But the policies that are made of the executive branch and of Congress, we're aware of them. We have a wide lens. But we then take those on board and make whatever decisions we best can consistent with our remit.
Do you have the tools to counter them?
We have tools that are powerful.
False means that's good.
Cross purposes or consistent with them is never easy to know in real time. But let me make an important distinction.
That's good. That means market's up.
Overseas, changes in trade.
This guy's lying right now.
Policy. Those have an effect, and we can take them into account. often they have an effect on prices in
Gentlemen,
the short term.
time has expired.
They're running it hot. They're making the case for running it hot and using lies for it.
And that's our responsibility.
I'm out of time, but
Thank you very much.
let's stay coordinated would be my request.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, who also chairs our Asia Pacific Subcommittee on House Foreign Affairs. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman and Ranking Member, for hosting today's hearing. And Chairman Warsh, welcome. This, I understand, is your first appearance before our committee since your confirmation, so congratulations. Earlier this year, you may have heard I introduced Payments Access and Consumer Efficiency Act, PACE Act, with my Democratic colleague Sam Liccardo, because I kept hearing from my constituents in Orange, Riverside, and San Bernardino counties about how important these payment modernization is in helping small businesses owners make payroll and make sure that their workers get their paychecks on time. And President Trump understands that, which is why he issued the executive order earlier and signed that to call for a financial system that is more innovative and is affordable for American families and businesses. So Chairman Moore—
Not Warsh, the other guy. The guy who was asking the questions was he's either doesn't know what he's talking about or he's
well, but currently the situation is
he's trying to parlay that tariff refunds are going to bring down inflation, but they won't. They have a slight impact, but not much. That's not where the inflation is. They're not going to tell you where it is. They fucking refuse to. They're refusing to today tell you where it's coming from.
Liquid reserve still—
It's coming from services, coming from like gas,
payments railed.
coming from electric.
So as a result, small businesses
It has nothing to do with tariffs. They're fucking hiding it. It's fine. You just got to be aware of what it is. And the fact that they're not addressing it means that they're not in any shape or mood to discuss tightening.
For sophisticated—
That means we run it hot.
Federal safeguard,
You want to know?
BSA compliance, and capital reserves for direct access.
Rolling higher right now, squeezing on that.
So
Shows a refusal from
can you talk about
both Federal Reserve and your elected representatives to address it.
to ensure that well-regulated payment—
They're blatantly telling you run it hot.
infrastructure they need to lower costs for American consumers?
So thank you,
I'm
Representative.
going to bring back this over here just so you can see the point up here.
Working with you on any details of your legislation.
You get a little pop to here, pull back, and then another one right here.
Is the payment system that the Federal Reserve—
Watch out for a squeeze.
Needs to be resilient, needs to not play favorites, needs to be able to withstand shocks, and needs to be reliable and accessible so that we can do our part to ensure that the payment rails in the United States are strong. I would make a distinction between that and any payments that interact directly with retail customers. This is a business that the central bank needs to and should stay out of. A competitive banking system, a competitive payment system provides huge benefits to the U.S., so I wouldn't want to infringe on the businesses and practices of the private sector.
I appreciate that. As you know, I took my team and I talking to the stakeholders quite a bit since last year until we introduced it in a bipartisan way. So I look forward to having that conversation with you. But I think we agree that across the board, we need to modernize and reevaluate how we consider banking charters to ensure that our financial system continues to be the most competitive in the world. So to that end, I just want to let you know that PACE Act is, again, in response to President Trump's executive order. And when you know that the U.S. is the only G7 country that does not have a system that allows fintech or non-banks direct access to traditional payment networks, I think it's really important that we work together. And I do want to work with you on this issue of a master account access and the PACE Act. So I hope we can take the time, and I hope that you and your team, now that you are in office, to review it, and we hope to get your technical assistance.
Watch this prior high right here.
From your team shortly.
Then we're going to pull back. We'll do the next leg up here.
Another priority of mine has been expanding access to workforce housing. Last week, as you know, we, as part of the 21st Century Road to Housing Act, I was able to—
Just a note to you that from everything I'm hearing today at this point in today's hearing, there is nobody, and I mean top to bottom, political party, from the Senate, at least today, they want nothing to do with any talk about tightening, even if it's just one hike, nothing, zero. The things that do matter, they're unwilling to address them today. This is from the Senate side. And that Warsh said he had meetings with a bunch of these people in their offices earlier today. This is like full court press, run it hot at this point until we get new information.
Offline as the gentlewoman's time has expired. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman.
She might get nasty. I know her. She's not nice.
Transparency and democratic accountability is important to American people, not just to my residents at home. So just bear with me here in regards to this. You know that you've said that the Fed should talk less to reduce the influence on financial markets. Is that correct?
Does a miss expect one more pump up here?
When the Fed speaks, it should matter.
Yeah. But there's a difference between giving less guidance to traders, you know, but explaining less to the public is what I'm concerned about. You know, these hearings exist because Congress is paired.
It's actually better for traders.
You know, we have a duty to report on
Who
progress.
doesn't know that either?
Various goals. So, you know, again, it matters what kind of communication you reduce. So,
It introduces vol. You can more easily see when they're going to do this stuff.
transparency in regards to, like, one of the things that bothers me is, like, you as the Fed chair has to publish the calendar, your calendar, right? Correct?
I believe subject to FOIA requests, we turn over, consistent with
Yeah,
FOIA,
but when
the
you-
appropriate entries.
But when you provide it, you don't actually put the topic of what those meetings were about.
So I've only been in office 7 weeks, so I haven't even provided it yet, but we'll fully
Okay, I'm
comply,
gonna
we'll fully comply with the law when such
just-
requests are made.
Yeah, I just think, you know, I think what the American people want, or anybody, is not just who are you meeting, but what the topic is, I think is important. So let's get back to what you provide to the public. So when the
We
Fed
missed this last touch here. Just a note.
the committee judge whether or not the evidence was, or the method was responsibly implemented.
So I draw, Congresswoman, an important distinction.
Yes.
Our number one objective is getting policy right, and if we get policy right, we can deliver lower prices. Transparency and communication.
30 years cranking, 10 years cranking.
So I'll draw a distinction between our internal deliberations, where we get to have a good family fight and talk about the hard issues, and then our decisions. I think our decisions are things that you should know everything about. You should understand our rationale. We should be responsible and accountable. And if we don't deliver what we say, you should hold us account.
Yeah.
So in that, I
But how
favor
you
full
del-
transparency.
Yeah, so it sounds like you will be open to absolutely being, regards to the method and the rationale and the thinking behind the decisions.
Yes.
Okay. So if, you know, again, this is something of a concern for me, because when people say that to me, I'm like, if the Fed speaks less than public, then the words that are spoken in private to banks and invited audiences and off-the-record settings, you know, that's why the calendar, it's like, don't just provide the calendar, provide what topic, because I think it's important. So what specific steps will you take so that a quieter Fed, because that's what you sound like you're towards, you want a quieter Fed, isn't a Fed heard only by the well-connected?
So I don't think there should be any special dispensations to the well-connected. My judgment is what matters most is the real economy.
Yeah.
Financial prices then can capture what's going on. My message more broadly to you, but also to people that are in the cottage industry of following the
I know,
Fed.
but you know, the regular person out there is not.
Just a note that 748 Ps at 21 cents are getting cheap.
Will you at least commit to publishing readouts of your meetings with the market participants?
I'm committed to follow the law, and
But
I'm
we should know
committed to
what
do
you're
more
telling-
than that.
But
I'm
you
committed.
should, we should know what you're telling them, because not the 750,000 people in my district can get a meeting with you, and you want to talk to the public less. So I don't know. I just want to make sure.
She's out of her fucking mind. Or she's doing, I don't know if she's doing politic and out of her mind, or she just has horrible fucking staffers.
And signaled a willingness to accept like a higher inflation and all that stuff. Really, you know, my folks are thinking this isn't going to impact employment. This is going to, you know, like, what is going on here?
Yeah, so what went on is the Fed changed its academic framework and its operational framework, and it led to higher prices, which did more harm to the least well-off among us than any policy that I could have imagined, and so that's why we have to reform it.
I know.
The Fed's begun that reform, and we're going to continue it.
Okay, last question. At your June press conference, you said that there is, quote, no cruel choice, that strong employment and low prices are mutually compatible. If there's no trade-off, pursuing maximum employment costs you nothing in terms of inflation. So, Chair, what concretely are you doing to pursue maximum employment right now?
So concretely, what we're doing is going to deliver price stability, and when we deliver
I just want to talk about this really quick. Forget what they're talking about. They're out of their. She's out of her mind asking those stupid fucking questions. He loves answering them because they mean nothing.
Carry on that.
Just keep an eye on this right here. What you want to focus on is this high right here.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
If we fail to get that high, we will jackknife down.
Chairman, thank you so much for being
You
here.
can just see it right there. We need to get up one more pin right here,
On the questions you've already been asked.
so we can go up here and hit that leg. Go up.
The June FOMC statement reaffirmed.
If we fail to, we could jackknife down here, make a new low, and then come back down to these smart buyers down here. It looks like they're trying to get in on this, so just be aware of it over here.
So if you go back to 2019, when reserve scarcity kind of.
I think we get the high if you're wondering, but
funding markets. What market?
just be wary of it. Puts are getting cheap again, so you could see like a trader trying to pick up 748. They're now 15 cents. They're getting even cheaper now.
So, Congressman, we have to look at a mosaic of information to judge how best to conduct policy. I wish there were some simple rules that we could rely on for monetary policy or clear and simple rules on the balance sheet. What we have to do right now is go back to first principles and ask ourselves whether this large balance sheet of a duration that is much higher than it was some years ago, whether that's consistent with good monetary policy. And then we're going to ask ourselves whether there's a better regime, and finally, how to get from the current regime to something else. We haven't prejudged any of those answers, but the goal isn't to be disruptive to markets. It's such that markets...
So he's like negotiating with public right now that we're going to form task forces and get better data. But then he's also asking you and the public to disregard all of this while they do that. What that does is it removes some of the purview, right? Or the, hey, we're going to trade on this data.
How are you, Chair? Thank you for your service. During your Senate confirmation hearing on April 21st, 2026, you said, quote, the measures I prefer...
And she's not asking any of the questions relevant to what we do actually create our data for right now.
Separately, on May 31st, 2026, the Wall Street Journal reported that you want the Federal Reserve to give greater weight to the Dallas Fed's trim mean PCE. And so I want to offer a critique and then have you respond. Trim mean PCE lagged behind core PCE in detecting the inflation shock that began in 2021. Core PCE crossed the Federal Reserve's 2% target in March 2021. Trim mean PCE did not cross that same threshold into July, a 4-month lag. By February 2022, core PCE had risen to 5.4%, while trim mean PCE stood at only 3.6%, a divergence of nearly 2 percentage points. And so here's my question. If trim mean PCE detected the inflation shock later, understated its severity, and diverged from core PCE by nearly 2 percentage points, why should the Fed place greater weight on it when setting monetary policy? And to put a finer point on it, your core criticism of the Fed is that it was behind the curve on inflation. That same criticism can be leveled against your preferred measure on inflation. So why the disconnect?
So none of those are very good measures of underlying inflation. That Wall Street Journal story that you referenced is incorrect, that I have a preferred measure from one of the reserve banks. If I had a preferred measure, I wouldn't have called for a task force to go back to first principles, and the data task force will be looking importantly at inflation measures. My view is that we need new measures to understand the underlying changes in inflation. Am I interested in what's the mean or median price of a good in a big box retailer? You bet I am, and none of these measures capture that. I am super interested in finding new measures to do a better job to help us inform our decisions so that the inflation of the last 5 years don't continue.
Now, you have repeatedly described inflation as a choice. A simple yes or no question. Do you mean a choice by the Federal Reserve?
I mean a choice by the Federal Reserve and fiscal policymakers both, but I'm not trying to push the responsibility onto you. The Congress said that we're in the business of ensuring stable prices, and that's exactly what we're going to do.
So combating inflation is part of the Fed's statutory mandate, and you view inflation as a choice by the Fed. Combating unemployment is also part of the Fed's mandate. Do you view unemployment as a choice by the Fed?
We have no legislative orphans. We can't just take one part of the statute you give us and disown the others. I will just add a touch of complexity. We have more control over the price level ourselves than we do the unemployment rate. We have some say there, but so do all the policies that you and your colleagues put into place.
But obviously, if you aggressively raise interest rates, that could have the effect of causing unemployment. So in that sense, it's a choice, right? There are multiple forces that shape both inflation and unemployment, and the Fed is one among many. Quantitative easing. Do you believe quantitative easing is inherently inflationary? Yes or no, and then?
That question I can answer simply. I don't think it's inherently inflationary, especially if we adopt quantitative easing in the depths of a crisis. It can often provide liquidity to markets that need it.
So from 2008 to 2014, the Federal Reserve's balance sheet grew by a factor of 5, from about $900 billion to about $4.5 trillion. Yet over the same period, average headline PCE inflation was 1.7%, and average core PCE inflation was 1.5% below the Fed's 2% target. So the notion that quantitative easing may be inflationary fails to explain the non-inflationary effects of a multi-trillion-dollar five-fold expansion of the Fed's balance sheet from 2008 to 2014. Can you explain that for me?
Yes, Congressman, I can. If the balance sheet expansion were our only policy tool, then that is a reasonable conclusion to draw. But we have several policy tools. The dominant one is interest rates. And so we need to think about both of them in the context
And
of
I want to
monetary
quickly
policy.
interject. Do you believe changes in the size of the Fed's balance sheet have an effect on inflation comparable to changes in interest rates?
You had me except for comparable. They can substitute for each other. They can complement each other.
But you don't see them as comparable?
But the balance sheet, they have different effects. Okay. The balance sheet tends to work more through asset prices first.
And I want to
interest
interject.
rates more through the real economy.
Do you acknowledge that IORB weakens the relationship between the size of the Federal Reserve's balance sheet and inflation?
Not precisely. I don't know if I can answer that fully in one
You
second.
need to answer it in writing, and it'll be very interesting because these were good questions.
I look forward to doing that.
With
Thank
the
you.
I can answer it.
time we have remaining that the chairman's allocated us, the chair now recognizes the chairman of our subcommittee on housing and insurance, Mr. Flood, and I recognize you for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here, Chairman Warsh. I'd like to begin by emphasizing the importance of the independence of the Federal Reserve. Markets rely on our financial system and the dollar as a stable, safe place to put their money. The stability of our financial system is at the center of our global influence. Our adversaries know that if they can break our debt markets, if they can break the dollar, they can remove one of the largest and most significant advantages we have as Americans. The strength of our system and, in turn, our ability to stand up against foreign adversaries that seek to destabilize it is partially a function of having an independent Federal Reserve. If we lose an independent Federal Reserve, we will lose the confidence of people around the world that use the U.S. markets and the U.S. dollar as a safe haven, and that would be devastating for our economy and the economic security alike. Thank you for your work. I want you to know that I strongly support your ability to operate in an independent fashion. And to that end, Mr. Chairman, before I get into the rest of my questions, I wanted to give you an opportunity to speak on the importance of an independent Federal Reserve.
Thank you, Congressman. I'm happy to do it. The Fed will remain independent on my watch. Fed independence is essential to the proper conduct of monetary policy, and I expect and will ensure that monetary policy is independent over the 4 years of my term. And like you, I think it provides extraordinary benefits in everything we do and strengthens the role of the United States and the U.S. dollar in the global economy.
Really appreciate that. Next, let's talk about the Federal Reserve's balance sheet, kind of following on what Mr. Torres was talking about. I've had longstanding concerns with the effects of the long-term effects of the Federal Reserve's balance sheet. In particular, I also worry about the use of quantitative easing in times of economic trouble can take a long time to unwind, leading to a Federal Reserve balance sheet that continues to grow and grow over time. Mr. Chairman, would you mind commenting just broadly on the use of quantitative easing in monetary policy?
I'd be happy to do it, Congressman. In periods of crisis, when markets aren't clearing, I am willing to be quite aggressive in what the Fed does with its balance sheet, the assets that we buy as necessary in unusual and exigent circumstances. But when crises are over, monetary policy, in my view, should be driven almost exclusively by interest rate policy. One of my former colleagues said it best when he said, interest rates get in the cracks. I'll go on to say, interest rates don't favor one class of people versus another. They don't favor those that have financial assets more than folks that are living off their bi-monthly paychecks. So I like interest rates as the dominant ways to make monetary policy, and I'd prefer, all the things being equal, to use balance sheets when the crises are real. However, I've inherited a very large balance sheet with a very complicated set of assets, and I am open-minded to reforms, as are my colleagues, and I'm keen to continue to work with this task force to achieve that.
Real quick, and I'm skipping to the end because this question matters a lot to me. I have a lot of community banks in Nebraska. It's the lifeblood of agriculture. Can you talk about how you see supervision working and respecting the role of a community bank, especially in rural America?
Congressman, as I mentioned to you in your office, I'm a big believer in the diversity of financial institutions. The U.S. economy benefits enormously by not having a half a dozen big institutions at the top do everything for everybody. The ag community, other communities are well served by the banks that are closest to them. Supervision and regulation take that into account. Thousands of banks that we have are enviable good, and the Fed needs to do what it can to support them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I want to thank Chairman Warsh. This is Season 1, Episode 1 of Warsh at the Fed. We look forward to Episode 2 tomorrow. We want to thank you for your testimony today. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions to the chair. The questions will be forwarded to the witness for your response. Chair Warsh, please respond no later than August 18th, 2026. And with that, this committee hearing is adjourned.
Thank you.
There was one noticeable thing about this testimony. Give me just a second. Let me turn this off here. So Warsh earlier in the day had come on and made 2 public statements about inflation and tightening and all this stuff. Prepared remarks earlier this morning. But did you notice today that not a single participant, this is all of the Senate, none of them at any point were willing to discuss a tightening cycle in any format at all. Which I don't think that we should be discussing tightening cycle. It's one of the worst outcomes. Now, the problem is if you talk about hiking, it introduces hiking cycle. Normally, you don't get just 1 or 2 hikes. In 1990s, we did this. We did 2 or 3 hikes in the late 1990s. We did nothing, and then we did a few more cuts to maybe even more, 4 cuts down. And then we switched to an actual hiking cycle. This would be, I want to say that was, at that point, it was late 98 until 2000 or something like that.
A single American.
And we created, hold on one second, I got to mute this. Let's get rid of this. So you can see even today that it's almost like where maybe you can discuss a hike or two. And we're prepared to this CPI print is benign, right? Which we expect. But if we need to, we'll hike. And you should be prepared for 1 or 2 hikes this year. That was not a topic of discussion inside of these Senate hearings. And that is likely from the fear of triggering, hey, we're triggering the argument, the discussion. We're going to go into a hiking cycle. which is if we do trigger that fear or whatever, that can be disruptive to markets. And this is not the time of year where they want to be disruptive to markets, even if they're going to be. Maybe July, you could throw a hike on at the end of July, and then one more in September. Now, the bond market's showing that they're happier today. They're saying what we'll do is we'll deal with this on the back end, on the 10, 20s, and 30s, which they were not saying before. The last time this happened, markets went up, even though the 10s and 20s and 30s went higher, because they're saying we can absorb this. In the 3 and 6 month, they're going down. I haven't looked at the 2 year yet. Excuse me, I'm like really fucking sick here. If any of you don't think I'm sick, I don't know, I'm not sure. I got medicine over here, but I had some weird questions yesterday and this morning. Someone said, "Are you really sick?" I'm like, "I'm fucking dying." So I don't know what that means, but I'm very fucking sick. But anyway, you might have seen me throw up in the show this morning. So this Senate hearing is more than benign. They're giving you an answer right now. We have no interest in discussing even hikes. We have no interest in discussing hiking cycles. And you'll make that decision if you encounter it. That's a bigger statement than this, or not discussing that at all today says a lot about traders, and not stock market traders, but those traders. Like when you speak to like a retail bull or just a bull in general, buy side, even buy side equity research and that kind of stuff, like it takes like, number one, most, like, I don't know if you know this, but like most people are naturally bullish. They naturally have a great outlook. As a matter of fact, if any of you are professionals, if any of you guys are licensed out there, you know that most sell side research, which we need, or it's a dying industry, but at the same time, you have to lure away buy side. This is professionals, licensed people. You have to like lure them away with money to actually produce sell side research for a bunch of different reasons, charters and S&T. S&T needs like both sides of an argument and stuff like that. So just naturally, it's difficult to get even the Senate or the House to want to discuss that stuff. This is very percolating of 2008, 2000, 2001. It reminds me a lot of that time period where they made some discussion about it today, like, well, what if this happens? What if that happens? That's like CYA, basically, if something does go wrong or whatever, but you can see it percolating even inside of the Senate, is my point. What I'm taking away from this is it can't all be just they're dumb. They also are unwilling to discuss these things. It could be a matter of Warsh going in and saying, "Hey, if you bring this shit up, we're in this very weird place right now where sentiment is not good." But it raises other questions for me, which is when you look at like the 1 month reports on CPI, and what's interesting, what I found interesting about today's data was they like knocked down year-over-year inflation in a pretty significant way. That shouldn't have happened today. I have to look at the data later this afternoon, and they can revise these numbers too. And there was no discussion on PCE today. There was one guy that brought up PCE, and I was waiting to see if they would go deeply into PCE. And there's a lot of like exclusions in Supercore, and if you break out some of these numbers and look at them and just show them on a chart and say, "What the fuck about this?" They didn't do that today, so you can tell automatically that no one wants to touch this. At least from the government side, the Senate, House, the executive, to some extent as well. I'm a little shocked right now because we have real chance here of them not being able to deny it sooner than expected. I don't know why they're buying this time. I don't know if they want to do a mini hiking cycle in the fall or in the springtime. We have a pretty significant expected drop in the spring, a large one. So maybe it's a matter of a fast hiking cycle they're just going to do again in the spring. You could, instead of it being like a full year like 2022, it would be like remember in October, it would be like coming out in April, May, or June and just aggressively hiking. But the thing that kind of piques my interest in this mostly is that you can fudge the numbers all you want, you can massage them all you want. It does not disregard these net like that monthly print. Once that like this thing comes down, the monthlies are like up here, then the monthly was coming down. Let me just draw this. Hold on. It's like this, 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 and this, and we just did this here. This part right here. So this is expected to go up in the next CPI print. And Warsh mentioned that specifically is like, well, the next print, we'll deal with it then. My question is that if you don't deal with it until that last possible moment, the conversation stares away from 1 or 2 hikes to a hiking regime. So I can't tell at this moment if the idea here is run it hot into, let's say, December or January, February, March, or something like that, and then you start the hiking cycle. And you're buying time, but you're not buying room. I think if they did more addressing today of this, and maybe tomorrow, we have one more day of this too. It would be better for the bubble to remain longer. The only other option I think that they have is that they semi-burst the bubble next year and they reset the entire thing. You wouldn't lose the market or anything, but maybe like how we had like the tariff doom and shit. And then I forget what last year or this spring's was, but maybe next year's would be that. Like next year's would be the, oh my God, we're going to start tightening. It's going to be really rapid and fast. Maybe that they want the 2 bubbles or an extension of the bubble that way. That would be the only other way I can see that they're perceiving this. Or the other outcome would be that they don't give a fuck. They're going to run it hot just like COVID. That potential is glaring right now. It's becoming more glaring as today carries on, and unless we don't know what they're going to talk about tomorrow. But the implications here is up. It's up in a big fucking way, massive fucking way. One, if you want to top line it, they're telling you it's 3.2, which you and I all know that's not true. They also tried to placate or they tried to cover up some shit today. They were trying to say, both parties were trying to say tariffs are inflation based. It's very minute. If you go through the actual each data point within all of CPI and PCE, inflation is fucking raging right now. And the scariest part of the inflation that's raging is a bunch of it doesn't come back. One of them is electricity inflation. Electricity doesn't trade at all like, let's say, gas or oil. It's very consistently usually it's consistently just like up, and it's made this giant fucking spike, and it's still giant spiking right now. You and I are paying for all of the data centers. If you don't know that, I'm telling you, you are. I can show you the exact fucking data. Electricity inflation, just Google search Fred and electricity inflation and electricity pricing. Both are fucking cranking right now. And then you've got you got gasoline inflation that is coming from the companies. You gotta remember, like, when you start hitting over like $60, $70 a barrel for oil, oil producers become very profitable. And we've circumvented a lot of this Strait of Hormuz closure, and the Strait of Hormuz closure is not the same as COVID. So there's like those 2 problems right there. And then if you're a producer of gas and oil, you want to create anything that you possibly can to keep the barrel of oil above that $60, $70 as long as you possibly can for greed. That's all it is. It's not like the strait is closed and unclosed. As a matter of fact, Trump today said it was reopened, right? Today, I think he said something like that, and they're signing that to the price of oil coming back down again. This is all greed. And I'm telling you, it's kind of like when you're in COVID. I try to describe it this way to people. Like, when in COVID, I would go to a sports clothing store, and the only clothing in there was yoga shit that nobody buys. They had it in warehouses, so they were unloading it on people. So and the reason for that was because they could not get the product. In this closure in Strait of Hormuz, we can get the product. There's none available. It's just that it's more expensive. There is less available, but that is going to hit a third, fourth, fifth world country. It's not going to hit us or you. It's going to hit someone that's like living in a fucking slum. And that's the brass fucking facts. You might not like it, you might disagree with it, but that's what it is. So the gas and the oil is available. Okay, so we have greed. Like, I want to charge a higher fucking price for this until you decide that you're unwilling to spend the money on that. And the economy is good, so you're willing to spend that money. So if I worked for a gas and oil company, I would do everything I could to keep those prices up. There's another problem here. So you got the electric, you got the oil and the gas and stuff like that. The other issue here is that you've got greedflation in services. And that's another issue. There's even more than that. There's the refunds on tariffs that have gone back to corporations. That's corporate profits. That increases inflation. That means that they're making a bunch of money. There's money sloshing around. There's another issue with money coming into the system because of IPOs. So the sideline money that's out there that you keep hearing about, like there's a bunch of money in the sideline, that is beginning to be deployed. So let's say I go in and I buy SpaceX at $130, right? I think it's going to go up to $200. Now, me personally, I'm selling calls against that, but that's not what a lot of people are doing. They're selling the $200, pocketing the cash, and now it's not in like a savings account anymore. It's kind of like an ATM card versus having cash in your hand. You ever notice when you pull cash from an ATM, it gets spent no matter what? That's like a human thing, right? Like I removed money from my savings to put it into SpaceX. I made a bunch of money, tell my wife, hey, everything's great. And then I got some pocket cash in here too, And don't worry, honey, I'm going to use this in the next IPO. But that introduces more money into the system. And there's something else here too, which is the services side, which I don't want to talk, or I didn't talk too much about. But if you look inside of PCE and you look at the services inflation, there's a lot of greed there too right now. So all this stuff kind of leads up into you're not really hiking to, send the economy into the dumpster fire of hell or anything like that. But what you're trying to do is you're trying to it's almost like the frying pan or the soft landing. Remember when we came into a soft landing and reporters were like, well, how long are we going to be in the soft landing? And Jerome, I think, was quoted as saying at a FOMC, I will tell you when we're out of the soft landing when it's done. And that's what the Fed was doing, right? Stay in the soft landing as long as possible. Now we're coming out of this soft landing. And we're running it hot. So if you want to run that, so I'm losing my voice right now. If you want to run that economy hot, bigger question is, let's run it as hot. I'm down with running it hot. Just let's do it long enough to enjoy the gains from it. And none of this here looks like they're saying that to you either. They're just saying, fuck it, we're running it hot. This should in turn into something like 2021. I don't see any problem with that happening. And from all the reasons I just gave you that you can look up on your own. You can look them all up. They're all available from BLS, from a couple other places, and the Fred. All this data is publicly available to anybody out there. It's not hard to find. And if you look at the past PCE numbers, it's screaming that there's greedflation. And then you got to think about if we're going to run this hot, there are people that know that they can get greedy with this stuff. There's the impact on this. And as a matter of fact, consumer inflation expectations came out, and they were off the charts. So that means even or not you, but Bob on Main Street knows that prices are going to fucking ramp, that they can charge more because of all this money sloshing around. And all those things I just brought up to you, none of those were discussed today. I would think it's criminal that not a single senator here doesn't know about that. And that none of it was up for discussion today. Maybe they'll get into it tomorrow with the reps. The reps can be kind of brutal, but if all goes well today or tomorrow, like today, we should fucking be hot and heavy going up. And I think it was more telling what they didn't speak about today. Is more telling than anything. This is an okay from everybody. It's not just Trump. It's like the Senate. It's Trump. It's the Fed. It's the Treasury. It's everybody. So I don't know if this shortens the cycle. I don't know if this turns into like a we pump the fuck out of it and rip the fucking doors off into end of the year, and then they actually do a mini hiking cycle in the springtime or something like that, or how they work themselves out of hey, we're going to go into 2021 style inflation, which could happen rapidly and quickly moving forward. And I'd be interested too to see these PCE numbers. And I want to touch on one more thing here too, which is the I was reading last night a post in Our Politics where they were talking about the refunding of tariff money and the parroting. Like Our Politics is mostly bots. This is politically controlled narrative that's placed for you to consume, and it was shocking to see the response in the comment section, because they're laying out a narrative where the narrative was, well, we're not getting that money back, and it's very small. You're never going to see that money back. It's not as much as you would think it would be. So where is that money? Where is that inflation coming from? And we have actual data that explains where it's coming from. It's a lot of it's in PCE. But you can it's glaring where you can see it. You can see it in the gas. You can see it in gas, and you can also see it. As a matter of fact, we just became the net exporter of oil recently too. Did you guys know that? I don't know if you know that, but the U.S. is a net exporter of oil now. So there's no issues here in the U.S. There's like zero issues at this point. So. I don't know exactly why they're. I mean, I kind of do. I think it's greed. I think it comes back to that retail trader where, or that buy side where, no one ever fucking wants to look. Our government never. I can't believe I'm saying this. I can't. I hate saying this, but like greed doesn't fucking as long as like an old generation that gets burned. They have no more voice. No one cares about what an old person thinks, right? They just go on fucking Fox News and they go on Facebook and shit, and they whine, bitch, and moan. But I'm sure if you're an older person out there, I would think that if you're an older person, if you're like, I don't know, 60s, 70s, and 80s, you lived through 2008, like as a functioning member of society, as a grown adult, this fucking shit reminds me of it so much. I was alive then, but I was young. And this reminds me of the same shit. It should be screaming to some of you out there, this is fucked, and we're gonna pay for this one day down the road. And I think that we do. I think at some point, whenever all this pops, we're gonna run all this shit up. And I'm okay with it. I'll chase it up the whole entire fucking way. I'm not like that guy back there who says I got a problem with this. I'm gonna start shorting it. I don't think that you should. I think that you chase it until they blow it the fuck up. Or it becomes something crazy. But this is all reminding me of that time period, and I can't blame these people either. Like I've said that. I think I've said this before, where they like markets, equity markets, and the people that control the flow of money, they get greedy. Like you got to understand, like what do they say? Greed is good. It's a good fucking thing, right? Like, I'm being serious. So whenever you hear these guys say, we never want to do this again, we never want to do that again, and even today there was a few of those, but they were bullshitting, because if they really didn't, they would have brought that stuff up, and they did not. So it's like the party should not end. Am I speaking long enough to get this thing to hit that fucking target up there? There we go. There we go. Get up there and hit that fucking thing. I'm hoping that the AI, you guys know, like the street uses AI for almost all research these days. It's so fucking retarded. So bizarre. Hopefully we're hitting the algorithms right now. They're listening in. And they're like, oh yeah, definitely this guy's saying it's good. So squeezing higher now. This is our first target right here. There may be one more pull down over here. There might be one more. There's this, no, it's this one right here. There's this little one right here. See it right over there. I should have dropped this a little bit. Might get one more pullback in here. Just check this here. Maybe one more in here, and then if I was a dealer, I wouldn't be paying this until after the bell. And I would slam it up here. What they'll do here, this is the other part too. They'll bring this back up here, and they're going to dump it again, more than likely for tomorrow's hearing. So we'll be trapped in here today and tomorrow. And then once we get past tomorrow, as long as there's no gotcha moments, we should unclench and unwind vol post Wednesday. And remember that the supply that'll come in will be dealers. It won't be like any kind of bearishness or anything like that. This is extremely bullish if you don't know. All of this today is extremely bullish. It's manufactured. You don't know that. It's very manufactured. I think that's all I got at the moment. And this looks like the bond market's saying they can deal with this too. I'm looking at the 10s, 20s, 30s. They're willing to play ball until it looks like they're willing to. They're either refusing to address it or they're abiding by the. They even maxed out today's numbers. I was like, fuck. It was like they don't even want to whisper Titan. Okay, take your money here. You can try to get back in if you think we're gonna pop. Try to buy this one right here if you want, or this one right here. If you're like thinking, no, it ain't gonna go down that deep cap for the big A. At least jump back in over here. And I'm long too, by the way. Just play this zone, like this zone right here, 754, and then this 747, 740. I think we said this yesterday. 747 was the target. We did it in the overnight. I made a post on Twitter last night when it happened. I was like, that's bottom. We hit it in the middle of the night last night. We ended up going up from there in the middle of the night last night. I think we did one more dip below, and then we started moving higher. Asia bought it, and then I think London bought it as well. I'm not exactly positive. I tried to sleep in this morning. I was up all fucking night long. I had like night sweats, and I was puking and stuff like that. And they put me on this medicine. It's not making me feel well at all. I'm very sick right now from the medicine too. Move this one over.
Citing Iran's oil minister. Iran's oil minister says Iran's oil sales continue within existing frameworks. Goolsby says if we got PC versions of inflation that look like CPI for several months, I would feel a whole lot better. So again, I would feel a lot better.
And they're trying to cover their asses right now too. Goolsby saying June CPI data was surprisingly benign. That's a lie. That was expected. That's a full lie. Goolsby saying, but never want to overreact to 1 month. That's an out because they know that they can only manipulate this data so long. If we get 7 months like this, we would feel better. No, you're going to run up the market with several months of this, and then it's going to explode.
New round of layoffs this week.
Services inflation has been way too high, Goolsby said. I just talked to you about that before I even read this. It's not just services. There's a whole bunch of others that I just listed off to you. You can easily seek this stuff out. He said at least today services inflation was encouraging. It's encouraging for today, but you're gonna see people raising prices yet again.
Maintain our structures to circumvent and neutralize sanctions in the oil trade sector.
If I got PC versions of inflation that looked like CPI for several months, I'd be feeling a lot better. Goolsby just said. I think he just said that. Yeah, just a minute ago. So everything I just spoke to you about, he's addressing right now. So this is cover your ass kind of stuff. He's out of his fucking mind if that's happening. If that's true, and he's telling you that your electric company is going to stop raising your rates. They're going to stop building data centers like right now, which is not true at all. Absolutely not true at all. So
Goolsby says job market is stable without being good.
Goolsby is a fucking liar. He's doing CO. It's a bunch of CYA right now. Because it is going to come home to roost. Which I'm fine with. It's just what it is. Let's keep an eye on this here for a dip buy to buy. Let's look at this really quick. This is this, no, wait a minute. Here. 1500. We'll move these over real quick. But if you want my stance on this, like, I'm not bearish on this stuff. I'm bearish to the point of, is Warsh able to communicate to the question that I pose is Warsh able to communicate to the market that we're not going to start a hiking cycle? And so you have like, if you had like a meter, like Warsh sucks, like, or wait a minute. Like Warsh failed. They didn't even leave that option. They just basically said, fuck it, max the needle over here. We'll come back later and deal with it. Warsh fails. Warsh fucking bullshit. The bullshit meter is like max right now. I'm serious. So, and I think they can massage the numbers. I think they can do it. I think they can easily do it for like, it's not quite lying either. It's just, it's a little bit more than you would think here. What else? Prices are high. You can't say that they're not high. And you cannot say that that the Fed, the Treasury, do not have tools to lower prices and not send us into stagflation. We're so far above stagflation right now. It's not even funny.
Forces are intercepting Iranian attacks.
But I understand too that part of this is to build out AI infrastructure. Like I'm on board for this. I'm not in the camp of allow China over here to fudge the numbers and oh shucks, bro, you played by the rules. I believe that we should not play by the rules either. I'm in that camp. And this looks like it to me. It's like quacking, acting like a duck, saying "fuck you." We're not even willing to risk this right now. But due to that, we will pay. Eventually, we'll pay. That's all I got for the moment right now. I'm going to take a quick break, try to stop speaking right now. If you want to get an idea of like, let's do a little quick expectation here. Let's clean this up. We'll go over here and take a look. Bear with me here. I'm very, very sick right now. I don't know why people think I'm not sick, but that shit's bizarre, bros. I fucking hate being sick. Let's take a quick peek at this. Let's go to a week. Let's go look at this together really quick. You have some time here. We'll do this. There's a couple other things I want to talk about here too, which is we're so close to all-time highs. Normally, you go all-time highs, we have a big pullback. So when does that happen is a big question mark, right? I mean, just look at that thing wants to fucking moon to the upside. It just wants to explode to the upside, and the setup is in for this to happen. From the testimony, at least today, and from the positioning of the Senate, the Federal Reserve, they want this too. If you're someone that doesn't want this to happen, I'm telling you that you'll be in a lot of fucking pain. Don't pull a Mike Burry. You don't have that kind of liquidity just because you hate it or something like that. Let's talk about this one right here. This. So get our weekly right here. No, sorry, excuse me. This is monthly. This is really all we're defending right here. Now let's go talk about this bottom one down here because we're not near that even happening at the moment. I do want you to pay attention to this number right here. So if you're looking for any kind of volatility to get long, there's no door open unless we go below 745.69. Okay, there's no we're not trading this roll unless we're under 745.69. Mark that down. It's an important number. You can set an alert on it if you want. Add alert on horizontal line. Price crossing. You can just do crossing. Doesn't matter. Create that alert in case it happens. Go to the daily right here. We're going to mostly look at this one right here, this weekly here, 725. And we got to talk about we need to talk about the checkbacks and stuff. Oh, that's wrong. We had on Thursday, Friday. We're gonna take a We're gonna take a look at the sweeps on Thursday, Friday. We nailed them both in the overnight last night, or in the daytime and then the overnight last night, and we held. And we waited for testimony this morning. They came in hot and heavy, and we failed to put in a new weekly high. We're going to talk about that right now if we can. We're still not out of the woods, so don't think that we're going to sweep back for this stuff up here just yet, but we're going to take a look at these here in just a minute. If you just look at this on a 4-hour basis, we could probably look at this on a 4-hour basis. We can. Nope, there's Friday. Thursday is right here. Okay, we can do this on a 4-hour. You can see right here. This is the Thursday check back right here. And this is the Friday check back right here. And the reason I want to show these two to you, the importance of this, is when we talk about a week in, week out kind of a thing, right? Remember we say on the end of the week we only have to go so high, and we did. We only went so high, right? Now they dumped us on Monday morning, and rather than putting in a new high, a new market high, they put in a lower market high. That implies doom, right? A red week, or potentially a red week. So you're going to expect that we retest the Friday, and at this point, with only that information, the Thursday low. So we hit the first one right here. Wham. That's Friday. And then I think we were stalling yesterday or something. I tried to get long in the middle of the day. And I was like, fuck this, I'm out. I typed it on the screen for you. And I kind of knew we were going to go down here and do this one sooner than later. So we did this one all the way down here in the overnight hours. 747. We then tested this one. So it was like rapid. Bearish, test it, and then park it for the Senate hearing today. You know, get the idea behind this? So now we're waiting. We get our first whipsaw up on the known light print. They sent it right back down again for the hearing. And once we found out that everybody's on board with running it hot, what do? Start moving higher again, right? Now we've got one more hearing. So you're not out of the woods yet. The vol still is elevated. So they're likely going to drag this thing back down in here, and they'll await tomorrow's hearing. once that hearing starts to blow off, and if it's still benign, we should start ramping into Friday. Hit the 750, up the flagpole to 755. There's your equal leg for OpEx. Come back on a Monday, put in the new high, and put in the new high, come back down over here, and then we're off and running to the upside. And this is your expiration, I think, in here. I get that right? Here's your expiration unclench right here. And then we could go up into the end of the month, probably to 760. So let's look at this real quick. I don't think you need to know about this stuff here and this stuff here. I don't think this really matters. You kind of know we're going to go back down there. If there's anything to leave here, potentially, wait till we get to the smaller. I'm just going to leave this here for a minute. Then I'm going to remove it because the 4-hour might not show the exact lows. And I got to check. Hold on. Tuesday the 14th. It should be something like this. We should be defending like 50, I think. I don't think I need these anymore. No. This right here will be defending. Oh, that's why that white line's there. Cool. All right, so I'll leave this one right here. I agree with that statement. We're defending this one right here. We're defending 50. Defending tomorrow, 749.70. That's what we're defending tomorrow. I agree with that. 4-hour. 10. Let me just check one more thing. Did I miss anything up here? Nope. And this has been the you shall not pass line. You can see it here and here. Down, right? And then up here, they sent it back down again. So this is the only stoppage that we have is this. You can see it right here. They sent it back down. We went up, and we failed to get the new high. They sent it down. They're up here again defending this. They're probably still here right now. And there's some targets here. Even see this right here. So this target's still here. Red. Should have put in the yellow one and not changed these fucking colors. But whatever. You see this here too? See the crossing of the half an hour trigger and the hourly trigger here? This should be 1550 here, but I'm on an hourly, so it's not gonna. I can do this in 1 minute, but we'll come back and adjust this later. I want to say 6 a.m. I'll give you till 6, so ramp this up to 6 a.m. Then it's somewhere down in here. 750. Maybe we get as deep as this. I'd like to be no higher than that, no lower than that. There is one more in here. Might just be a little freaky deaky. It's Wednesday at when do we end the 1:30? Right here. And I want you to think about this too. Like you could get, like we can shank all this. As long as we're not breaking that, we're good. The preference, of course, would be to stay above this and here. I don't mind this line that much. I say we're defending 750, but I don't think it's too bad to be going down here. Not that low. We could theoretically come down here. That would also match right here. You can even go that low over there, but you can just see it right there. Can't see it, so you got like one here, right here, and then I'm not going to put this one in. I think the 50 is enough to defend. But if you want to, like, I want you to realize that if we're like shanking down like this, right, and it's like boom down here, you're not buying that. You have to wait for this to come back up to buy. If it blasts down here and then it's like shingles, and all of a sudden, oh my God, you get the new high in here. You can buy that too to go up. Either one. This is the nice Rampo-Rama slam up in here. I personally would like to see this one go higher. Like take that out, back down over here, and then they escape us maybe. We don't have to, but I would like to see it personally. I would like to see this thing get smashed just for the look above. So you pop your head up over here. Hey, what's going on? We're stronger than you. Kinda. I don't know who that guy is, but the cone head. Personally, I'd like to see that early, like today, like just letting you know, hey, we're looking higher. And they jack us down for that kind of stuff over here for Wednesday. Gives the room for the crazies to come out. Remember too that the House of Reps is they're fucking crazy. They say whatever they want. Their constituency, the voting the way they vote, they tend to be like breadth of the people. Like I speak to you. It's very common. If you've never seen the House of Reps, it gets wild and out of control, and they tend to speak like a common man. Then from thereafter, what I think happens. This is Wednesday, 1300, which makes sense, right? And then if we're going to close a green week, what does that mean? So we got shanked over here, right? In here. And they said we might be bearish this week. Okay, cool. Take it down. Woodshed the whole thing. Senate hearing looks more benign. If that's the case, you would want by Friday close over here. You want a new weekly high, right? Minimum, right? New weekly high by that Friday. And this is also UpX. Just want to show you this really quick. Let's take a look at this stuff. Here's the actual high. This is your second red pin over here. Right there. Make sure I got that right. That's about right. It's almost near perfect. Down over here, there we go. Obviously, if we go up here, it's going to be something like this down here, and then flagpole like this. Something like this, then run up the flagpole right here. Likely to 760 up here. So we can either take this out right now, poke our heads above, sent back down. Now you're up above it. And then take this one out right here. I can just draw this. This thing here, I really like the idea of poking our heads out up here. This does not need to happen. This I would like to see, just the poke above. I'm not going to draw it up there. I don't want you to be like, oh, Cap, you said it was going up here, bro. That's fucking FOMO. Don't fuck with that. And then you're just looking to pick this one up here, ping that one, right? Hold this now because you took that one out over there, and then whamma whamma. Thank you, Bama. And you have not made an all-time high. That's nice because you can come back on next week, jackknife down, let's say Sunday, Monday, and then you put the new Monday high in a new all-time high, and you're going to expect a roll. So we roll next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or excuse me, Monday high, Tuesday, Wednesday, and they can do this on a Sunday too. And then we make another new all-time high end of week or something like that with tech earnings. That kind of mix all does well with tech earnings. And then once you're up here cranking, you get into like Thursday. I think it's Thursday. It's a Tuesday, 21st. There's your OpEx. So like you're cranking up here, right? Wham wham, committing OpEx, and it's jackknife down. They're going to try to send it down, but you've got this here, this support down here. We're likely going to be green. We could potentially be green into, and like historically back end of July is weak. But we have examples in the 90s of us cranking into end of July and into October. Like October. So like July is bullish, August is bullish, September is bullish. I think one of the examples we melted up into October 3rd or 2nd or something. Go back and look at the summer months into fall in 96, 97, 98. I'll try to get the data, pull the data again, but there is potential of like a melt up scenario here. Now, a lot of this still depends upon, I want to preface all of this with you that this still depends upon what happens tomorrow. Remember that this here is dependent upon still tomorrow. Like we need to hold all this tomorrow. We cannot have any kind of like bombshells where Warsh like all of a sudden out of nowhere has like I'm just waiting for the right moment to be like fuck them. Any of that outside of that, we should fucking ramp, bros. They don't give a fuck. I'll just tell it to you right now. They don't care. All right, let's put this back on so you got an idea of where we should be going. I think last week I told you be risk off this week for Doom, and we've made it through almost half of it right now. We got one more day left. If you're like Cap, I don't like anything you're saying right now. Pay very close attention to the short end. You want to be looking at like the 6 month, 3 month, 2 year. The 2 years still pumping right now. That's bad. Not necessarily bad, but it's showing like expansion and growth. The 3 and 6 month will tell you if the bond market is gonna pull a fucking hissy fit at any point. Right now, the long end of the curve, the bond market is saying that they can deal with this at this point because of this print. Now, I can't tell you if they're going to get together and get pissed off or whatever and get stinky about it and start raising the 3 and 6 month. But if you see that, that would be counter to my argument that I'm presenting to you right now.
Bagari Khani says we must not show any
And I would be wary of that.
leniency. Either
Start seeing the
words
lower
or
end
actions
cranking
towards the enemy.
at any point next few days or next week or anything like that. Be wary of that cranking. That means they're anticipating higher inflation over the next few months, and that the market has to do something, or the market or the Fed has to do something about it until they pull a temper tantrum or something, which we've had it in the past happen. We have had bond market temper tantrums. You guys know about I forget what the gray suits are called, but bond vigilantes. You don't know if those people come out of the woodwork or not. And I know people say they're dead now, but just be aware of it. I'll also draw this one for you right here. Put this in a 1 minute so you can see it. I think I said I wanted to move this to slightly in there. Watch out for a flush in here. That's kind of sloppy right there too. It sucks at and you can also kind of see that FR trigger's coming up now. We've tested it. The Rampo Ram is beginning.
So it says up, as we're just finding a video here, Iraqi PM is to be welcomed at the Pentagon with from U.S. Defense Secretary Hegseth. There is a video, we'll pop it on the feed, just in case Hegseth does decide to say anything. There aren't any platforms there for anyone to speak, but there's a video where he's supposed to greet Iraq's Prime Minister, and he's just pulled out.
If you're a buyer, be looking for the cross here.
Fed Scoresby says Warsh has expressed different ideas about the dot plot, balance sheet, and re-examinations are healthy. Excuse me, so Fed Scoresby said at the end that re-examinations are healthy. We have posted out the video of where Hegseth is due to greet Iraq's Prime Minister.
You guys want to listen to Whiskey Pete? I don't know if he'll ever get out of that or not. I'll see if I can put this up here. Uh-oh. Hold on. Sorry about that. Hold on. We got a lot of shit going on here. A lot of pomp and circumstance here.
According to Fars News, citing some Arab sources, have reported that the Sheikh Issa base and the US Fifth Fleet in Bahrain have been subject to intense missile strikes.
Give me a few minutes here, guys.
Also, from Fars News, they say all aircraft that were headed towards Bahrain have changed their course and a warning signal has been issued. Again, they're citing Arab sources.
Fuck yeah. No, it's now at 99. It's come down. Yeah, I've just pounded ice water. Keeps wanting me to take this thing like 3 fucking times. Nope, it's higher. Oh, no, wait a minute. Hold on. Do it again. Doing this on the show. Don't at me. My wife has forced me to do this. Oh, that's it. Mass almost came to attention here in that order.
ABC News reports that the US launches more airstrikes against Iran. So a US official has confirmed that the US forces are currently conducting airstrikes in Iran.
Good, 99. It's coming down. Those preparatory commands are like, makes me fucking flinch. You mean I gotta dust myself off? I never learned how to march. Watch this right here. I would love a flush and then buy this shit right here. Whoever's got the cameras just got the bayonets showing. Looks like Monty Python shit. See how it's still pinned in here? See this big red bar? The hedge is still on the market right now. $7.54s are 10 cents. 73s are 29. Yeah, that makes sense. That's priced almost to perfection. I don't know. They said this live event has ended. Looks like they're not going to do anything outside with him speaking or anything. Also, note on tomorrow we get PPI at 8:30 a.m. That should lend us to going up in the early morning. PPI is going to come in cool as well. So look to close at 10 a.m. Or excuse me, if you're not in cash market 8:30, you should get the pump higher. And then Thursday, you get retail sales. Those will be outstanding. Economy is great. There'll be very good numbers Thursday at 8:30 a.m. And then on Friday, we get building permits, housing starts, Michigan consumer at 10. No PCE until the 30th. That's the dirty one. All right, I'm going to leave you here for the end of the day today. I think I need to throw up. I don't know. I can't tell. I want to go sit and try to puke. It's over here. Half-hour trigger is about to cross the hourly trigger. Man, I fucking hate traditional charting, but look at this fucking thing. It's a goddamn bull wedge. You see it? You see the bull wedge here? This thing should fucking ramp soon. This thing should fucking ramp. See it right there? They call it a falling bull wedge. Oh yeah, they got it racked up here. I'm adding some one dates for tomorrow. Gonna add 755 Cs. Note that VIX 9-day looks like it wants to dive and trade $11.22.
Oman's Maritime Security Center on X says an oil tanker, Stolt Magnesium, are targeted near Al Shakir. The incident resulted in a fire in the vessel's engine room. That's Oman saying that one of their oil tankers was targeted, and the incident has resulted in a fire in the vessel's engine room.
If you get long in tomorrow, make sure that you sell the open. It'd be wild to see those two red bars just disappear. Finger off the button. Take that off, they'll close. See that on the screen, yeah? Give me a few minutes. I gotta go to the bathroom. I think I gotta throw up.
oil futures extend gains, with US diesel futures up by 5%. This is on worries about supply disruptions due to the Ukrainian attack on Russian energy infrastructure. Iran's official news agency says US projectiles hit a target in Iran's Keshem Island. So this is coming following ABC News reporting that a US official has confirmed that the US forces are currently conducting airstrikes in Iran. NYMEX WTI crude August futures settle at $79.34 a barrel, which is up $1.20 or 1.54% on the session. Diesel August futures settling at around $4.01. Gasoline August futures at around $3.22. Natural gas August futures settling at $2.90. Fitch affirms Canada at AA+, outlook stable. So Fitch ratings on Canada say the Canadian economy remains plagued by ongoing trade uncertainty and long-standing structural challenges. Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister says we currently have no commitments when it comes to the Islamabad MOU with the US. To a US official telling sources that the US forces carried out a few additional strikes on military targets in Iran earlier today. So we did hear this earlier from ABC, but it's again a U.S. official just speaking to other sources now, just confirming this. Again, U.S. forces carried out a few additional strikes on military targets in Iran earlier today. Bit of strength in WTI crude oil coming through here. Again, this is not a new headline though. The U.S. official says the latest U.S. strikes in Iran were carried out to eliminate emerging threats. The US backs Iraq-Syria oil pipeline to weaken Iran's hold on the Strait of Hormuz. So looking further into this then, the US is advancing talks for a pipeline that would carry oil from Iraq to Syria, a route that avoids the Strait of Hormuz and would reduce Iran's future leverage over global energy supplies. Barak, who is the US Special Envoy for Syria and Iraq, has convened discussions with officials from both countries, as well as companies including Chevron, about reviving a long-defunct pipeline from Iraq to Syria's west coast, according to people familiar with the matter. Now we're hearing from Iran's IRIB, citing a statement from Iran saying that they must control the entire Hormuz Strait in wartime. Iran's IRGC say that they targeted enemy weapons and parts of storage in Bahrain and Kuwait. Iran's IRGC says as long as the US stays in the region, not a drop of oil and gas will be exported from the region. And Iran's IRGC says that US aggressions will have no result other than delaying the opening of the Strait of Hormuz. Brent crude futures settle at $84.73 a barrel, which is up $1.43 or 1.72%. Iran's IRGC says that it targeted a drone ramp in Kuwait's Ali Al Salem airbase and says that today's attack is in response to US attacks on Iran. And do keep in mind, we're shortly expecting possible comments from Fed's Bowman as well, who's taking part in a pre-recorded video message at the same event that we've been hearing from multiple Fed speakers speak at today. So, Fed's Bowman in this prepared text says the Fed should not micromanage banks on issues like AI. There appears to be no mention of monetary policy or the outlook in these remarks.
All right, hold on here, guys. Okay.
Iran's deputy foreign minister says we will exercise our sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz, whatever that costs.
We're going to take a look at TSM. They report before the opening bell on Thursday. And then if we have time, we'll get into Netflix. A quick second here, guys. This is TSM. They're in distribution, but that doesn't necessarily mean the high is not in. You can actually see one right here. Actually, one here, up one here. This looks like. Second here. Still putting another one up here. Put in an extra one right here. I guess count that as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one here is suspect. This looks like push up here. This is where the Momo kicks in here. Normally you get this one move down here, 2, 3, 4. So they're counting this as done. It's still kind of holding on here, but this is all broken. There's right there, right there. This is broken. Theoretically, it can hold this and still be considered alive to go higher. Currently trading 423. I just pulled the data on this. So look at this. What net? 420 is the magnet right now. Net pain is at 420. It's trading 423. That looks accurate. I don't think these puts are being closed. They might be, though. 450 is the target on the upside if that happens. 425, we're sitting right here right now. And there's like 430 right now. And gamma is all in puts. Let's just check OPEX. 420 is still a magnet here on OPEX. That's Friday. TSM sure as shit looking like it's not going to print. 3 dates. Still a magnet down here at 420. Man, they're really fucking you on this, huh? TSM looks like shit on Gamma at least. Fuck ton of puts.
Seeing U.S.
Fuck ton of
senators release
puts.
text of updated Russia sanctions bill
Which
negotiated.
makes sense if you own the underlying.
Late
You
centigrade.
get a hedge on their ER.
Updated U.S. Senate Russia sanctions bill eases tariffs that could
This
be
is
placed on
interesting
buys
here
of
too.
Russian
Gex
oil
by
and gas.
expiration.
Updated bill's tariff for a Russian oil and gas
Massive.
supplies
You
would
can't
be
see this.
Would be reduced to maximum 100%.
Voice news disconnected.
There's a huge expiry here on the 17th. Massive expiry of puts on the 17th. And we're below the curve right now. Pretty fucking bearish. This is interesting. This is the price plus Gex levels. It's parked on a put wall right now. We know that, but we know that they're looking for that. If we get underneath this, it's going to get messy. This actually all looks pretty good here, but let's SPY. I was like, that looks good, but that doesn't match up at all. This is all SPY right here. You can see it's SPY. I'll have to ask Bork about this. Be nice to see this on the individual tickers. F460 here. I don't think they can print this until the 17th, and they're before the bell. Let's go back and take a look at this. Haven't taken any of this candle yet. Not enough of it that it matters. Kind of in a weird place right now. You can't really do anything with this. In my view, you can't. We'll talk about this here in a minute. It's tough to take along here unless we're above the daily trigger. I'm assuming that the positioning is for longs in markets, and then you can't get acceleration unless you get underneath this candle here. Underneath 404. Push here, and then push up, and then down. Let's look at some other stuff here. It definitely looks bearish as fuck. And I bet if I measured this, 80% of this candle is gone. We can look at that too real quick if you want. Man, it's like right on the fucking. So it took. So make sure it's right. To a penny. To a penny, it took. The door is definitely open to the downside without a doubt. Everyone's leaning on it right now. Is this like Mike Barry or something? Maybe it's possible. Yeah, in all honesty, I just see it as like a hedge, but let's look at this again here. We're gonna be honest about this. This thing looks fucking huge up here. We have a quarter, negative quarter here. It's not good. This is about where you don't want to be buying it on a monthly basis. I can see why it's hedged so heavily right now. If you had longs in this shit right here, you would hedge the fuck out of. Like if you were long, you'd be selling calls and you'd be hedging puts, maybe even short lending the stock out. I don't even think this is bearishness. I think it's just logic if you own the underlying. On a weekly basis, you can't even argue here that you're on a neutral line on weekly. It's a nice place to add, right? See that big move right there? That's right here. Even then, that's a pretty decent pump right there, but It still comes back down. Equal legs right here. Still not like here and here is where you want it to buy. You can see the explosive power of the move higher here. Another pump here, another pump here. I guess maybe you're wondering. Make a note of this one right here. Assuming it's these people here, they want the pullback to go long. On a daily basis, this is ugly. So they want more down here. I'm going to assume they want it into like the Thursday, like the bloodbath on Thursday, and then you pick it back up on Friday. You got these here, these targets 410, 405. And you got a pin on OpEx going up, but there's an unclench in here and a bunch of fucking positive gamma. All of this dies, which means you can trade from OpEx day to Monday or Tuesday of next week to 430 and 450, which are other targets on that gamma heat map. Let's look at this on a 30-minute basis. See if there's anything in a smaller frame we can see. That looks good there on a 15-minute. Looks fine on a 30-minute. That looks great on an hourly. I wouldn't be looking for big closes into Thursday, but there might be some kind of a pump here. Hold on. Just before we get into any of this is what it looks like to me. That's what it looks like to me, but and then your unwind comes later. This is your what you need break above. Close that gap up there. That's at least what it looks like. Maybe a little quick pump up, down, up. And there's your low. There's your next low. This thing wants to dump you too. There's also some danger in here that daily trigger comes down if you can't get above it. It can blast us or blast TSM down some more. Maybe you pick that thing back up for the fall. It's really trafficy in here. And the only thing I would say against this would be this can blood down here easily. I don't know about the 395, but this definitely can. And then you got to think about this group right here. They are you might as well just calm down here. If you're down here already, you might as well just say you're gonna. You're already down there. You might as well take that out, right? And watch all this price action here. Like, watch all this price action. If they can't get underneath this level, then you're good to go. They're also here too. They're in this like 405 area right here. It's gonna matter how deep it goes will impact the look for this up move. What are you doing? You're saying, forget that. Yeah, that's right. Coming up, came in 409 right here. You could argue that it's right here. Swept right back in, but that one, but that one. There could be an argument that it's right here too. That like it was nobody's business. Now we're collapsing down. We beat this one right here, so you're gonna check this one. I wouldn't check this one. Check back down where these guys are here. So a couple things on TSM. I'd be watching these two gaps right here, like 395, 385. You definitely do not want to see a trade below this 385, without a doubt. Another thing too is prices being pinned in here. And I'm assuming this is all just puts for protection and if they own it. So if you get a good report, they're not going to care about the puts, and you will trade that 655. Everything is awesome, and the usual stuff. I bet they come in here looking though. You're not taking you're not taking this whole candle here. That's that 392 right here. You can see it. They will exit this here for sure if they get it. This is the big boy right here. Two levels to watch: 382, 82. The key one though is this one right here. You could do a little bit of pain down here, 400 or whatever, but this is a big one too. You can see the fight here. Big fight on this stuff right here. They wanted to send this down. They got told no. They tried to set it down again. They got told no. They got told to set it down again. They got told no, back up again. There's like a big fight in here too. You can see why this gets moved up. Well, that's 410. But sweeping lower is still fine. Like this is all fine right here. That's also where I have the target here, 411, almost to a near perfect pin strike. And I would just be watching these candles all in here. This one kind of helps to hold up the rest of these. Nobody gives a fuck about these if you go down here, as long as you're holding this candle here. You definitely don't want to be down here. I don't think you will. We're not going to deal with any of that right now. And this is a key. You can see the key right here. See it right there. You need to get over this. That's what I want to see. This is definitely down. That's up, down, that's up. Seven and a half. One, two, three, four, five. This would be up higher. This would be 4, 2. This didn't hit. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. But they're 1, 2, 3, 4. That's fine. 1, 2, 3. That's fine. That's fine. 1, 2, 3. I don't like any of that. They're forcing this issue here. I wonder if this is just hedging and not. None of this is like jiving with like counts or anything. 1, 2, that held. I guess you can count that, but that doesn't count for wave 3. That doesn't count for wave 3. You can count it like this if you wanted to. 1, 2, and 3, but they haven't hit their 3 yet. So see it now right here. 1, 2, 3. Now they are trying for the wave 4, 5. So they haven't hit the wave, done the wave 3 yet. So that's almost a guaranteed. No, you just don't know if they do the wave 4 and 5. Or if blasts underneath, they backtest this and they plummet this. So this is definitely a possibility. They would have to have a bad report for that. But this would suffice here. You get this like on their ER or whatever. So I've got this on their ER for Thursday. We're not going to give them the 5th wave. I think that this is unrealized doom. So if you don't get any doom on their ER, I don't see how it does the 5th wave down here, but 4th and 5th. I don't think this is nefarious or anything. They definitely though have not completed this wave here. And you can kind of see they're trying to get the new low over here too. They got a new high here. That's good. This is actually pretty good to see. They got the low here and they want that new low over here. Somebody does. There is some other good news here too, which is this is Poop Mountain. And so far it's holding up. That's all holding up. This is the key group right here. Love trading the 4 hours. I'd really like to see this come up here into their earnings. Just unlock the door. No matter what that is, doesn't matter. Then you're back up here, right over it. Nice line on 20 to hold here. So you just like open that one, and then the door just becomes party time. You want to break above this one here. And this is huge to unlock this. If you unlock that, we can come straight back down and then go up there and attack this up here. This daily trigger would come up. You'd come back down. 2, 3. Up, that would be the same group of buyers right there. Maybe take that one out in September. But there's one thing about TSM I would say to you. For this to happen, you need for this to hold. This is a key inflection point right here. Like if you see this thing dump down here and it holds, I'd be trying to buy it with some stops underneath it. But if you see this thing like slip underneath, starts leaving a new low, stay the fuck away from it. Do not buy it. But somewhere in here, be trying to buy that. If it bounces, if it's like zigzagging down and you see the bounce and it holds and it gives you a new high, I'd be trying to buy that shit. No, on the 30-minute, it looks good. Hourly, 30-minute chart looks okay. The daily chart looks like this is distributing. This could take a while, though. It might not be all at once. This fucking thing could take months to play out, if not the year. There's something else that bothers me about this, too. Let me go look at it really quick. Hold on. I've seen that price action before. Let me just check something here. I remember this price action from back in the bubble, first bubble. I looked at a lot of tech stocks from back then. I tracked them over the whole decade. Let me see this really quick. Yep, I see it again. This makes fair sense. Let me just do a quick snapshot. This is similar right here, right? There's a wing on wing. See it right there? Hey, there it is right there. See it? Burp, burp. We lost a little bit of this, but then it was accumulation for a bigger print over here. Oh, yeah, baby, that's right. I don't forget shit. I'm on the spectrum or something. You know, this is going to mean something over here, so this whole zone in here is going to matter. You can see this weekly coming up over here. So you get this like wing on wing. This thing fails down here. This is August and September, so the better trade, I'm going to tell you this right now, for TSM, better trade is fall. That's when you'll actually get the move. But it doesn't mean you can't unlock this shit. You can unlock that, come back down here, and the actual target up here is like end of year. I can't wait to leave this one here because there's probably some kind of nonsense over here. This is like your September, October, that kind of stuff. But what's interesting is this might go down a little bit deeper. Plunges, but not too deep. And then this weekly should catch it. I would say right at 400. Now you should be able to, at that point, catch this wing. Just, I want you to think about this trade like this. Like, they're going to plunge it. You're going to accumulate it. Take the money up here. You're going to dump it and come back in again. The key point here is that you're going to be buying this here. You should be like living down here to buy TSM. Make any sense? You buy the dip on this one. You're going to have gamma rip off on Friday. You buy that right there. Come back down. Hit it again. And then you're looking for something end of year or March. I wouldn't date it like December 31st. I like date it for like March and then try to get the print on December or whatever. What's going on? Something happened? You guys don't want me to do TSM? I won't. I'm getting beeps right now. You also want to be looking at this here. You've got the this thing here, and then this thing right here. I really want to punch above this. I do not want I don't want to see something stupid like this. Not that. You know, if you see a failure in here, you know what they're gonna call that, right? That's a fucking triple top upside down. Fuck you, a over the shoulder boulder holder stuff. So you kind of like want to grab this, get this above, beat this fucking thing right here. You don't need to beat anything else, and then you come back down here, and then you can start attacking this over here. My only issue with this is be checking we'll check it together, but you want to be checking in the fall this weekly velocity and see if it's conducive to buying a dip. The weekly looks like it'll be conducive if you slam down there for a quick rip higher, but then the next low should be the one. You okay? All right. Sorry. It's something like this in here. You can see that big wick bouncing in to buy it. And this group right here, they're big buyers. You can see them, right? Whammo. Took another one out right there. So they're waiting down here too to buy this. Just be patient on TSM. Anything down here at like 400, you're defending 400. And then I would expect worst case scenario in the fall is 385. You're defending the 382 down here. Still 400. I would really like to see that push higher here. That would fucking enrage them. And it would kind of prove, too, that this isn't bearish. It would be like proof that the buyers are here. They're just taking the money and running, looking for a big print into end of year, that kind of stuff. Now, that's TSM. We should start looking at, was it Netflix? Should be Netflix, right? First week? Netflix Thursday after the close. We'll track this, too, for TSM. I won't delete this chart or anything. And then we'll look at, I like tracking this stuff over time. I'm usually fairly accurate on this. Sometimes it'll be slightly out of whack, but it's mostly I'm not looking at like when is OPEX, when is month end, that kind of stuff. I'm doing these in 5 minutes. But I bet you could do this. If you want to look at this, you can. You want to track it? We don't need that there anymore. Usually if I miss something on these kind of things, it's usually something like this, like it's down slightly more. I don't really do the wicks here, but I'm already know to be waiting down here. You might see this like take a little while to get there and pop up there, and then it'll come back down here maybe early. That's only because I don't have I'm not looking at the full like when's month end, when's expiry, or option expiry, that kind of stuff. Other than that, though, this should be pretty accurate. Accurate enough that you can take trades on it. Doing this in 5 minutes. So somewhere down here, back up, back down, and then a big print up here. And this looks about right, looking at it like this. See that sideways action there, sideways action here. You did have one high up here, you see that? Back down again, though, it didn't matter. So like the mean is probably somewhere in here, the unlock, then back down. It's actually pretty close price action. And then it fucking ramped. See it? Ramped right there. So you're probably doing something similar to that. If I was a TSM trader, this is what I'd be thinking. Expect something like this. Even if they sell this thing short in here, even if you don't catch this, I still think you're going to get that rip. The biggest one is this one in the fall. That's the fucking sure thing right there. Just defending that one right there. What else? So not bearish on TSM in any way, shape, or form. Not bearish on their ER. I just think it's a matter of getting it down here, whether it's before or after. If they can get it down here before, load that shit big, sell a bunch of fucking puts. Even if you're riding sideways, you can still sell puts. If you're selling puts under 382, especially if you get these regarded bears down here, and they're like, oh my God, it's going to crash, and you're just like, fuck it, sell them puts, long that shit up there, right? Back down here again, sell them some more fucking puts, and then you're good to go. This is actually pretty sexy trade right here. Not quite conducive to ER, but there's a lot of shit you can do in here. And I bet if there's any doom down here, you get 2 opportunities to sell fucking puts to suckers. Next one we're going to look at here is Netflix. I'll come back to the market here in like at 350 or whatever. I think it's grinding sideways and up, but give me a second here. Watch out for an unclench to the upside. There's a, what do you call it on the market? You saw the big red line. There's a bunch of it might not come off because of tomorrow. We could get pinned in. They'll get unclenched though in the morning when we get the PPI numbers. We'll have to close them. Let's put them back on again in a high. So it might come off, it might not, but it will in the morning. We're gonna get their shit pushed in by 6 a.m. or something like that. And plus we got Asia and London. They can run their asses all the way up and add fuel to the fire. Make them chase all night long. Next one we're gonna look at is NFLX. Let's see this one, doozy, right? They got hammered. Woo! Bam. No, I wouldn't be looking at TSM and thinking everything else, the whole market has to follow Netflix. You got to remember that these companies, the thing about the difference between an index and a company is I got to know that you're fucking growing if you're a company. We're going to take a little diatribe time in here. And we're going to look at this. This is Netflix. And this is why I love indexes. There's so much going on with companies that you have to worry about. You know, an index you do not have to worry about, especially S&P 500. So, you know, I think I said this specifically back here. I think I'm quoted on the show as saying, I'm not a fan. This is the most recent year or two of earnings from Netflix. You guys remember me saying I fucking don't like their ERs, that I'd gone through their ERs and their guides. And I fucking hated that fucking CEO talking about all the shit he was doing and that how much it reminded me of fucking Blockbuster. And what's so fucked up is, you know, you get like a CEO to start a company and then you fucking change out that CEO and you get a corporate CEO. And it's all about like just driving the bus. You know, look at Netflix and the thing that bought me. I'm not anti like the live TV and the sports and all that kind of stuff, but that sounds a lot like what Blockbuster said back in the day. It was a huge faux pas. And I would have fired that fucking CEO if it was me. In a minute, I would have fired his ass. So, and I think I spoke about this extensively. Like, they have to come up with something way more original, like social media platform. I'm not kidding. Like phone service, anything out of the box. And this is very common that this doesn't happen. So when your company's not growing, like in a growth, they're going to rip it all away from you. That's why I like indexes. Indexes, they switch companies in and out, in and out, in and out. Companies that are fucking all about growth, all about innovation. And you can't say the companies don't do this. Like Nike tried it with direct sales, and I liked that. I don't care if it's successful or not. I just want these companies to constantly be trying to grow. And when they don't, this is what they do to them. They fucking woodshed them. They take the trade back. And even just this right here, you're just talking about like 50% of this fucking trade. This is June of 2022. You know, and these fucking guys have not kept up. They have missed the fucking boat on AI. And then they're talking about, and not only that, like Hollywood has. You know, Hollywood's missed the fucking boat. Hollywood is like fucking has no idea what's actually taking place. People that work in Hollywood know. Below the line, above the line, actors, writers, you name it. They're doing kick-ass shit everywhere else. Social media, the rise of social media. How many of your kids are watching anything for any length of time on Netflix? They might turn it on, but are they paying attention to it? You know, this has even forced the production of movies and TV shows to be like sound bites of information or information bites, maybe the best way to say it. Maybe I coined that term, I don't know. Like everything you need to know to watch for 5 minutes. You don't need to fucking watch anything else. You can pop away, pop back in. Very common these days. So, 50% of this, right where we are, is gone. And that's what happens. It's very common for this to happen. And that's 50% tip the tail. So I'm actually bullish on Netflix here. They did the halfback trade for the full trade. They are clear. If you're a Scientologist, I'm not, but they are clear there. Now, there's another problem, isn't there? No, I went too far. They're clear there, right? And so they went back up here. You want to check this right here. What I want to see here is this is the second one. They did what they were supposed to do. You can see it right here. They did everything they were supposed to do here. It's the second candle, not the first. On this drop right here. That's fine right there. The next thing they got to do is hold this right here. Now, this isn't being held right now. You can see that this is manufactured. They're trying to make a case here that the base is not held. You can do that as long as you hold the base, but that's not really no base yet. You kind of have to be under it and then a new low. More than likely break through here. Then you can start talking about selling this. You can't even start talking about selling this just yet. Just a couple wicks underneath is not enough. You need to be like underneath it, another new low. This is what the bear. I'm going to show you exactly what the bears need. Bears needed to. That's not good enough. It's fake. They need to smash through or hit this and then make a new low. If they do that, then you can come back in on a failure and start. You can take the trade like right here. This is not the place to be short on Netflix, in my view. Very dangerous being short here. You needed to see the low and the new low, both of these fucking things. And likely somewhere in here. Or below these assholes right here. These buyers right fucking here. They bought this one too. You can see that one. This is what, it shouldn't be the first one. It should be the second one, but they did buy it. Bought it right there. And they're likely, you can see almost a tick strike right here. So they're still there. They're still buyers for Netflix for sure. We haven't seen the new lows yet on Netflix. Here, we'll go back and switch and just check the what are we doing here? I'm going to add before we close here. I'm pretty flat right now, so should I add 5 more maybe? 10 more? Watch this closely here. I've got calls I just added for tomorrow. Added them back here at 2:30 or something like that. I don't know if I should add. I'm not down that much at all. I need to see a dump for me to get buy anymore, I think. I'm gonna wait. I'm not gonna add any unless we dump. Okay, back really quick to watch this stuff over here. So the buyers are still here. You can see clear as day they're here.
US intends to remove troops from Iraq by September 30th.
This is NFLX. Let's look at net. 420. Netflix trading.
US
Wait, that's the
issues
wrong one.
Iran-related general license. Also, 10 seconds to go to the mock.
Fucking it. That's fucking TSM. Come on now. $75 is the pin. There's one more at 70.
Side 22 million, and I'm going to the sell side of 58 million.
77, which is much higher than where they are.
Dow 30 buy side 115 million, and maximum
75. We're trading just below. This is where we're trading right here. Trading right here. Oh nope, sorry. Trading right here. So 70 is the bottom, we would assume. This 75 is a big expiry for Friday. So we'll look for like entry on 70. That goes bye-bye. Max Payne is 77. Just check OPEX. That's interesting. 75 is the pin. So was that 70, then 75, and then 77 and 78 over here. 77. So 70, 75, then 77 or something like that. There's not a lot of interest in here either. There's 70 right there. That's what I've got, 270. And then sell at 75. You could possibly get 77. There's another one over here for 80. X strike at 80. Which I've got 77. It's like 77 and a half. Should do it.
From the US Treasury website, the US Iran related general license allows certain persons or vessels blocked on July 14th. So it says it allows.
And I see the cup and handle over here.
Transactions and offloading of cargo involving certain.
But you haven't gone underneath it though, so yet. The failed cup and handle usually does something like this, right? Let's look on daily for. This is a way fucking better.
US projectiles hitting areas.
This is a way better.
Reported to residential or commercial areas.
Velocity here, just starting to pick up on monthly accumulation. Just starting on weekly accumulation, daily accumulation. I love all this. Is great. Way better than TSM. That's why I'm looking at TSM. I'm like, sideways correction. Take time to get a print on it. You can either do a sharp or sideways. This one looks great. This looks like buyers everywhere. They don't give a fuck about price. On a 30-minute basis, let's see of the intraday. That's beautiful. Fucking love that right there too. That's great. You get a bunch of series of new lows and highs. Cranking. Netflix usually sets the tone, not TSM. So if you're looking for like Netflix to set the tone for tech earnings, I think it's gonna rip. Personally. I think you're out of your fucking skull. This is too close to call for me. This is like scam shit. Utter fucking scam shit. Like, no, you don't win. You don't get the fucking. You might have one more down to clean some of this up. Maybe. Maybe you're down here at 70. Give me a second. I just want to see what the expectations are here. When do they report? Okay, so when the fuck do they report? Thursday after the close. I think that there's a trap here for bears. If you're a bear, you have to defend that line right there. Now we got to talk about this because of something important. What can you see here? It's like the bears are kind of stinky. You look at this on a daily, right? We don't need that anymore. We don't need this anymore. That anymore. We don't need this anymore either. It's just going up. Now, what I want to show you this is they missed that right there. See it right there? Missed that one right there. There's a couple others up here too. You definitely want to be looking at this spread over here too. You see they snapped it up here. They get sent it back down again. This is going to be a key place right here. But there's something interesting here, which is if this fails in here, we're going to go downtown. Trying to get that to happen now, right? You can see that they want this to happen like right fucking now down here. I don't believe that's going to happen. I think they're going to get squeezed. The problem for the Bulls is that they need to break up here and do this right here. This is what a bull needs to do. and then defend this in the fall. If Netflix fails to do that, like if Netflix fails, they hit this, let's say they hit the 90 or 87 or something like that, they start stalling out, short this fucking thing into the ground in the fall. It won't affect the rest of the market, but just be aware. $87. They're trying to sell 87 right here. Bulls need to get above this here. And I think that they're going to, so it's going to be just like that. And then it's just a matter of like doing this shit right here, and then you're back in business again. Now, I can't say this is going to happen, so I'm going to make it smaller. And I'm going to give the other count here just in case in yellow. I want to track this myself too. You would take out this one right here.
U.S. overall net capital flows are 132.2 billion compared to the prior of 26.1 billion. U.S. tick long-term transactions 232.7 billion compared to the prior 103.1 billion. Just looking at further breakdown here, then UK's US Treasury holding at $949 billion in May versus $938 billion in April. And Japan's US Treasury holdings at $1.143 trillion in May versus $1.21 trillion in April. China's US Treasury securities holding at $659 billion in May versus $651 billion in April.
And I can see the idea. I mean, I can see the idea behind this over here.
Since February 12th.
But and I fucking hate Netflix, but and they're recession stock as well. And this is being accumulated. I don't think necessarily that this is a bad thing for buying this at 50, but I'm betting that they buy this and they don't care if it comes down here either. Who's down there?
IBM shares closing 25% lower, erasing $69 billion in market value. Right, that's after the Q2.
These guys right here. This is the first one right here. That's one. That's two. They're right there. They're trying to get it done now. I bet this fucker would plunge all the way down there, right? To $50.
Goldman Sachs shares close up 9%, the biggest jump since April 2025.
Over here. So I'm actually bullish on this, and they need this to shut the door. They couldn't get the low, so this is bullshit right here. So this goes up, and they're going to need to pound it again. So I believe in this one, and I actually think that you're going to get the higher trade. I really think you're going to get, which is that? Whew, 47%. Jesus Christ. 20%, that sounds right. Let me redraw this. This would be the melt-up trade right here. This thing would fucking dump. They got to hold that. There's that quarterly coming up too, right there. Let's see how this one plays out. There's something else to be said here too, which is on Netflix. It's being accumulated. They didn't get the third leg for the fourth leg down here yet. There's 1, 2, yeah. No, wait a minute. That one? Nope. There's 1, 2, and then 3. Looking for the 4, 5 over here. I don't think that's gonna happen. I think they're gonna break this, and they got to take out that wing up there. I'm bullish against what this should be doing. Like this should be the trade right here.
And we have also posted out the treasury
Up and then straight down.
on the feed for you to read through.
But the accumulation that's going on right now, I think that fifth wave is not valid. Being bought. If I'm wrong and we do this move down here, I would be trying to accumulate that $50. So you could take there's a couple ways to look at this. You could do the 0 or 3 dates or whatever fuck it is on Thursday. For the Friday and print beyond the month, you could do that. Or I would say wait for this down here to buy the actual shares. There's 2 ways you can trade this. And I think it would be a fast collapse too. We'll watch this one as well. And I'll try to take a look at some other tickers. This is next week, or the rest of this week. TSMC and Netflix I did. And I'll get back to you guys. I think that's it that I've got for today. What are we doing right now? We're just parked right now. We haven't gone anywhere. Just sideways the whole entire way. And we'll just watch and wait. I've got this going up to, sorry about that.
Vessels transiting to
Got this going up here.
And coastal areas at today 4 p.m. Eastern
You
Time.
could potentially trade close to this by open tomorrow, and then they're going to dump it.
Of military aircraft operating across the
They'll
Middle
dump this tomorrow as well. Try to pick this thing back up at 7:49, and after tomorrow's Senate hearing. Just defend this 47 with the next higher or right in here, somewhere in here. We can defend this right in here with this little spike right here. Potentially could come down here, like 47.85 or something like that, but we'll wait for it and see if we can buy it. In case the crazies come out from the whatever you call it there. I want to ride this PPI thing up though. And you get the equal wing on wing up here. And then you might have like an upside down thingy over here where it's like, blast you down in the daytime tomorrow, right? Slam into this, there's your cup and handle, and then you're off and running right there. It's your 1, your 2, and your 3. I don't know if you can see that, but there's another low over there. Hold on, I'll switch screens. So you can see it over here. There's 1. There's the 2. There's the 3. And of course, my panic button is over here. If they're blasting us down tomorrow, doing any kind of stupidity over here. And then you've got your 1, 2, 3 over here, something like this, and then your big wings up here to get out of here. As long as we're not getting underneath this 747, I'm good right now. So we'll look for that low again tomorrow. We start partying too. We start partying with TMC, then Netflix. This is Thursday. And I've got this going up on Thursday and Friday, so that would be Netflix printing this. That would validate the Netflix 2-day calls or whatever. You might want to wait to buy those Netflix things until like the end of the day or a low or something like that. If you see like $70, like set an alert for $70 on Netflix. If you see anything down there fucking around, you could probably buy some 3-day. I wouldn't buy 3-day. To buy something to catch the weekend, like catch Friday, catch Monday. Maybe even Wednesday. Make sense? I think we're good here. This is extremely bullish right here, if you don't know. Or traditional charting. I don't like traditional charting, but this is very bullish. You just have to if you don't know anything about traditional charting, I'll explain it to you if you want, quickly. This is I think this is called a falling bull wedge. that it's also considered coiling. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's usually like this. On this third one, you normally break out, and then you have to hold this line the entire way for the up move. If you lose this at any point, cut your losses or hedge it with downside or whatever you need to do. But this should hold, then start printing. The only reason it hasn't moved yet is because of a hedge on the markets, and they're going to have to lift it. And then Asia's going to buy it. London's going to buy it because the PPI is going to moon. It should moon because CPI came in so loose. PPI should be even better. Should be. If they're not scamming, PPI should be moon as well. It's holding right now. You can see it. Still holding. Even that little dot down there held. I'll see you all tomorrow at 9:30. I'm going to get off the screen because in my throat I'm losing my voice again. I was trying to get off the screens a minute ago to drink some water and stuff, but I'm about to lose my voice again.
Channel 12 News.
See y'all tomorrow, 9:30.